I'd like to call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. At this time, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag and presentation of colors by Sebastian River High School Navy Junior ROTC under the direction of Lieutenant Commander James Landis, United States Navy retired, and Master Sergeant Michael Huzzy, United States Marine Corps retired.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order. Close. Ready, cut. Post. Close. March. Post. And salute. Ready, two. Post. March. Order. March. Left. 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 Clear. Full. Order. One. Ready. Cut. All out.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, students, for coming out. And if everybody could just give them a hand of applause. These students come out every board meeting. It rotates between Vero Beach High School and Sebastian, so we really appreciate their time that they dedicate to this. At this time, board members, I'd like to adopt the orders of the day. Are there any items that you would wish to pull from consent to action?
There are. I have them.
Okay.
The minutes have been amended. There was a slight error, so they needed to be approved as amended,
Okay.
okay? And I'd like to move consent item B2.
Hold on one second. Okay.
To action
B2.
or to discussion, whichever it needs to go to.
B2. Okay.
And I have a discussion item.
Okay.
I'd like to talk about a citizen concern that was brought forth regarding score discrepancies.
Let me get to that. Okay. What did you say?
The citizen concern brought forth regarding score discrepancies.
Okay. Any other items, board members? Mrs. Justice? No. Thank you. I do have, if this is the place to call for this, I would like to, Mrs. DeGresta, if you could help direct me on this. I would like to ask that we move our discussion item after citizen input. Do I need to get a motion for that? Or a second?
Yes, if you would like to rearrange the sequence of the agenda, yes, that would be part of your motion for the orders of the day. And if you would just clarify for the board members, are you asking for the entire discussion to be moved to the beginning of the meeting, or just one particular item?
No, I feel like there's several items in here that are connected with one another. So we had only done this one time previous in my last 2 years, and we had pulled the entire discussion so that we kept it more organized.
Yes, ma'am.
So at this time, I would like to get a second to move the discussion portion of our meeting after citizen input. So I would need a second for that.
Second.
Okay.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, are you asking for a second on all the items that are being rearranged on the agenda, or just? I'm not sure we have a motion
Okay,
yet.
okay. Okay. All right, so at this time, we are going to pull from consent B2 to action. And then Mrs. Berenborg is going to add a discussion item. And then I would like to move discussion after citizen input. So I need a motion for that, a first. Move for approval.
You need a motion? Okay.
Okay.
I already seconded, so.
Okay. Okay. And now I need a second, correct?
Second.
All in favor?
Are we going to have discussion before we vote?
We can.
Thank you. I have a concern in moving all of discussion before the action agenda. I was going to make mention tonight, we have a very lengthy discussion list. It was my understanding that discussion was going to be, take place on alternate Tuesdays. That we would have discussion, and then we would have a workshop on the other Tuesday. And in putting my items on for discussion, when I had submitted my items, it was originally for that discussion Tuesday. And then when the agenda came out on Tuesday, obviously there were items that were on for discussion at our school board business meeting this evening. It is a very lengthy discussion list with a number of issues that require quite an amount of discussion. And I do have a concern as to the length of our meeting this evening, out of respect to our staff members, many of whom were also out last night at our teacher and employee gala, as well as being respectful of all of our community members as well, and our action item agenda, our action items that some of which may need to be passed. I wanted to speak tonight a little bit about having a hard stop to our meeting. I do think it would be appropriate. I know that the City Council of Vero Beach has an 11 o'clock stop to their meeting time. They do vote on that. But I do have a concern in moving all of discussion before the action agenda, and would perhaps ask fellow board members if they might consider moving certain discussion items rather than the entirety of the list.
So I guess my question would be, I've given this a lot of thought, and because there are so many items, you know, if we discuss it now or we discuss it at the end, we're still going to discuss it. So
This is a business meeting, and at our business meeting, it is our job to take action. And there are a number of items that the superintendent has recommended for approval for action on our business agenda. So I feel it's appropriate that we take action on those items. And then if there is time for discussion and the board wants to do that, then absolutely, by all means. But I do feel it's important for us to do the business of the board during our business meeting.
So my reasoning for pulling discussion there's 4 key financial pieces of information that we might need to be able to make an informed vote on some of the items that are up for request. So I think it's all relevant that we maintain the order that's intact. Now, if there's an item that you would wish to pull that might be one of your discussion items, and then we can put it back onto the February 12th meeting, I would be more than happy to do that. But like you said, this is a business meeting, so the items that I have put on for discussion are all related to financial business. So I wish to keep it as I had requested.
And not so much to that, but one of my items on the discussion I'm taking off, and I'm going
Okay.
to move. So
Okay.
that may limit it an iota.
Okay. So,
I would just like to say that I want to be thoughtful to our staff and to our parents and to our community as well, but this is our business meeting, and this is when we can discuss, this is when we can vote, this is when we can move. We can't do it any other time, which is probably why there are so many lengthy things to talk about, because we can't talk any other time except during our business meeting.
So
And
would-
so I might suggest, I don't know if it's possible, since Dr. Schiff is taking one of her items off, is it possible to split some discussion items? I mean, I don't even know if that's even possible.
I have found in the past, we've only done this format one time in my last 2 years. So, but when we had our discussion, the chairman did pull the entire discussion to keep it intact, and I just prefer not to break it up. So by requesting that it be after citizen input, that gives the time for the public that needs to come and speak and that might not be able to stay. That would give them the opportunity to speak. And then it also gives opportunity for all the presentations for all the students and parents that are in the audience. If they need to leave, they can still leave. So it's not, we're not holding them here, and it's going to be at the discretion of Dr. Rendell, who he can say can go home. But with cabinet, they're going to be here no matter how we adjust the schedule. So I've taken all that into consideration before I ask for this tonight. It's not something that I would want to see every meeting. I hope we don't have to see it again, but I feel like there's a lot of issues that we need to cover about finances before we actually dive into the finance part of our business meeting. So, all right.
No, thank you for the clarification, Mrs. Zwark. I agree with you. It's not something that I think is appropriate for every meeting. I'm going to trust your judgment as chair, and I'll support you in doing this evening.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you. So, I'm going to take a vote now to adopt the orders of the day as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. 5-0. I appreciate the consideration on this. Okay, at this time, I'm going to turn this meeting over to Dr. Rendell, who's going to be recognized for a series of presentations. Dr. Rendell.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. We have a treat tonight. We're going to hear from some of our students as they share their musical talent and gifts with us. Then we're going to recognize someone in our community who has made a sacrifice by serving in the armed forces. And then we're also going to watch 2 videos. Mrs. Maddox, 2, or just 1 video? 1 video of all the great stuff that's going on in the district, and that'll be it for the presentations. But I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Kristen Maddox, our Public Information Officer, for the presentations. Board members, if you
Hi,
wanna join me.
good evening, everyone. Nice to see everyone here tonight. First, we have a very anxious group of 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students from Pelican Island Elementary under the direction of Miss Heidi Evans. This is the Pelican Island Chorus, and they will be singing, playing recorders, using rain sticks and drums on 2 different songs, Evergreen, Ever Blue, and Change the World. And we are so excited to have them here tonight. Let's clap them on stage.
Yes. Virginia, come on over.
These children are absolutely amazing. They are so excited about being here, and I'm so honored to have them. And parents, thank you so much for letting me borrow them in music class every week. It's just such a thrill. I really feel like we're the best school in the district, just biased a little bit. But I wanted to give them an opportunity as well to introduce each song. So this is Virginia.
Martin Luther King Jr. was born 90 years ago today on January 15, 1929. During his life, he spoke about peace, justice, and freedom. He had a dream for the children of today and the children of the future. When he said, "Darkness cannot drive out of darkness, only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out of hate, only love can do that." To celebrate his birthday, we're going to sing about how people can change the world if we follow the words of this great man.
We're also a very environmentally conscious school, and we have Earth Ambassadors at Pelican Island Elementary. So the next song that we've chosen relates to how we can change the planet.
At Pelican Island Elementary, we all are Earth Ambassadors because we care about the future of our planet. We learn how to look, learn, and listen to our environment to take care of and protect our natural surroundings. This song is a reminder to keep our planet ever green, ever blue.
That was Kendall.
See, parents, all of the recorder practice at home pays off. They sounded wonderful. We'll give everyone just a minute to rearrange here. I know we have some parents who are leaving. If you'd like to fill in the seats, if you're standing, please come on up. There's plenty of seats up front if you'd like to come have a seat. So, was anyone in this room able to attend the Stars of the Year Gala last night? Raise your hand if you were there. Did you have a good time? So if you were not there, we have a short video that will give you just a little glimpse of what went on last night. We had our big event honoring all of our teachers and employees of the year, and it was held at Vero Beach High School at the Performing Arts Center. And this year the theme was You're Out of This World, and everyone was glowing. So we had a glow party with black lights and a DJ, and everyone just had a really, really fun night. And I hope we did a great job of honoring our teachers and employees. So take a look at the video. Welcome, it is the best night of the year. It's our Stars of the Year Gala night. Let's turn these lights down and glow.
Employee of the Year for the School District of Indian River County is Daisy Rios.
When I heard my name, I felt the rush of energy just come through, and a really genuine shock, but pleased and happy, of course, very happy. What motivates me to go to work every morning, I think I see firsthand what I could bring to someone's life. I see the change that it could be, and so being that you want to come to work with that positive and optimistic outlook on what you could bring to each and every day.
Teacher of the Year for the School District of Indian River County is Dr. Nikki Mossbleck.
When they say the name, the Teacher of the Year and who it is, you kind of have to pinch yourself. And it's very humbling, but I am one of a huge team here at the high school. The reason I come in to work every day is for my students. Every day I'm able to learn from my students, as well as hopefully give them some knowledge and some education and be able to use that as they go out into the world around them.
Thank you. So our Teacher of the Year was Dr. Nikki Mossbleck from Vero Beach High School, and our Employee of the Year was Daisy Rios from Fellsmere Elementary School. But the important thing to remember is that although this is the night to honor the teachers and the employees of the year, we really put this on to honor all of our teachers and employees in the district, because we just want to make sure that we recognize everyone for their hard work and their support of our students every single day. So thank you. I know a lot of you are in here. Thank you so much for everything that you do every day in our district. Our next presentation is for our Veteran of the Month, and I believe he is here with us right now. Mr. Ed Britt, would you please come up here with me? Let me tell you a little bit about Command Sergeant Major Ed Britt. He is very active in the veterans community in Indian River County. He actively mentors young people who volunteer at the Victory Center Military Store. And as a Special Forces soldier, U.S. Army Green Beret, he participated in the Son Tay raid to rescue American prisoners of war from Hanoi, North Vietnam. His colleagues have said that he is a role model for engagement with the community and how to shape the lives of young people through mentorship. So tonight, we would like to honor you, Mr. Britt, as our Veteran of the Month for January. Thank you so much.
Since Christy mentioned the store where we cater to our own comrades in arms, I do want to point out the young ROTC cadets that walked up and presented the colors, they rendered a hand salute from an old soldier. You better believe it. Myself, John Wayne wasn't the only Green Beret, by the way, ladies. I served 4 years in the 82nd, almost 16 years in Special Forces, and I retired out of 18th Airborne Corps. I spent so much time of my 32 years in the service that I've always wanted to help the young soldiers. I'm doing it now. I'm doing it with our young high school kids. I also have the occasion of being a vet in the classroom. And I want to thank the school board, you, Kristen, in particular. I got a lovely escort tonight, boy, I tell you what. But other than that, I want to thank all of you for allowing me to serve. And I know there's a lot of veterans in here. I was a lifer, buddies, but pay your income tax. That's about it.
Thank you so much. Board members, if you'd like to join us up front for a picture, please. You two get a picture with us? Okay. Ready, 1, 2, and 3. Perfect, thank you so much. That's all for our presentations for tonight. Thank you.
Okay, so at this time, I'm going to call up individuals to the podium for citizen input, and each citizen will have 3 minutes. Up first, we have Edward Dillard. Edward. And then next would be Mrs. Claudia Wall.
Good morning, good afternoon. Kind of jittery. I can stand and preach in front of a bunch of people, but take 5 folks and just seem to put my nerves all in. Nevertheless, I thank God I wrote this down. Transparency and accountability. That's what we elected each one of you to do. And this is what you guys ran on. And yet, we as the citizens of Indian River County have yet to see those processes take place. It is just more of the same from the last administration. This school board seems to be riddled with controversy and litigation. Every time I turn around, there's something in the local newspaper or local magazine declaring some type of salacious details of major breaches and lapses of governing in the school district of Indian River County. Just to name a few, $10 million in TANs to make up for a lapse in a simple budgeting scheduling conflict. $2.3 million in misappropriated funds, $1.8 million in accounting mishaps at the transportation department. The assistant superintendent of finance being suspended and recommendation from the school district, from the superintendent to be demoted. Access to funds being misused by investigating of these allegations by the assistant superintendent. Closed-door litigations with the CWA, with the Indian River County Teachers Association, and with the NAACP, just to name a few. School district, school board members, we are getting tired. We are getting tired of the mismanagement. We are getting tired of this board not being transparent, and we are getting tired of no one being held accountable for their actions at this school district. It seems as if this district is notorious for selecting people who come here and see this as a blank check to do whatever they want to do. And we are tired of it. With all these issues that have come to light, this board and the previous board have done nothing. Let me say this because I only got 3 minutes, and I want you all to be very clear on this. If you cannot live up to the promises that you made during your campaign, each and every one of you, to be transparent, to let us know as citizens of Indian River County, as a taxpayer, and believe me, as a returning citizen, we will hold you accountable. I may not come to every meeting, but I'm watching, and I'm looking, and I'm watching to make sure that my tax dollars, the money that I send to you all, and that my child that I send to this school district is well accounted for. If you can't do your job, we'll find somebody who will.
We have a lot of individuals that wish to speak, so if we could just hold the applause, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Mrs. Wall. And then next will be Mr. Pomar. Is that how you say it? Okay.
Good evening, school board members. I'm Claudia Wall, a parent. Over the past 12 months, I've brought forth to the board multiple glaring problems. I've researched these problems and provided documentation on each issue. I've received virtually no responses and minimal informative feedback. Very disheartening. Recently, I pointed out to the board that the district performance fact sheet is misleading the public with its inflated ELA proficiency scores, and I supplied you with the state's data. I've also provided documentation to the board that our district has a pattern of producing biased, inaccurate reports. Why does the board always trust and not verify? No response. Here are just two of the most serious issues facing our district, which are long overdue for action. They're posted for discussion tonight. One, exorbitant legal fees. Indian River County taxpayers shell out over $250,000 every year for our school board attorney. Our district is spending too much with little explanation. Why has the board not put out an RFP for general counsel since 2009? Why are nearby school districts like St. Lucie, Martin, Brevard, and Volusia, who all hire local general counsel, paying a lot less than we are? Why are we the only district with an attorney that has the longest travel distance of any school district attorney in the state of Florida? 215 miles each time she comes to Vero Beach. Every school district in the state that is of similar size or bigger hires local attorneys that have a vested interest in our community. Staff prepared and presented the RFP last fall. It's ready. I ask the board to take immediate action and issue the RFP. 2, financial mismanagement. Indian River County is one of the wealthiest counties in the state. Over half of our property tax dollars goes to our school district. Why has the general fund suffered 2 nosedives in the past 6 months? In July, the projected fund fell to 3.5%, which resulted in our CFO, Carter Morrison's suspension, investigation, and reinstatement. The new board is avoiding accountability. Why is the board silent on the Morrison investigation? It's a public document. No explanation has been offered. Why is the board not demanding public answers from the superintendent, who publicly accused Morrison of wrongdoing? The current budget is projected to be as low as 2.5%. Where are the checks and balances? Who will be held accountable? How is it that our superintendent has too much spending power, $50,000, on key services such as legal defense, investigations, and audits? This unchecked board policy allows the superintendent to make key decisions at will without any board oversight. The writing is on the wall. Our district is failing. I ask the board to take immediate action on getting an independent audit from an outside local accounting firm on the district's accounting practices. You campaigned on accountability and transparency, and what we've witnessed is the exact opposite. Remaining silent and hiding behind obscure policies on legitimate questions and concerns has got to change. Our community deserves that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Wall. Matt? And then after Mr. Pomar, Mrs. Cannon.
Good evening. It's an honor to be here. True honor. My name's Jason Pomar. I'm Vice President of the Board of Directors for the 2019 Little League Baseball here in Vero. We're a 501c3 nonprofit made up of 100% volunteers. Before its closing in 2013, Little League Baseball was part of Vero Beach for over 50 years. I was a part of that. I moved to Vero back in Christmas break of 1988 and was on the Little League team in 1989 that made it to the one game away from the state finals. So I'm born and bred it. I want to read the purpose of Little League Baseball. Little League Baseball Incorporated is a nonprofit organization whose mission is to promote, develop, supervise, and voluntarily assist in all lawful ways the interest of those who will participate in Little League Baseball as well as Little League Softball. And we have our leader of the Vero Beach Little League Softball here as well. And another, what we're trying to do is just provide another option for local kids to learn and work on their game. Some of the partnerships that we're working on, developing, facilitating, growing, is we want to help the girls softball grow. And we formed a partnership with them to where a lot of our sponsorship dollars will be mutually put into things that will benefit both entities. We're also have partnerships with Gifford Baseball, Sebastian Baseball, and we want to help them grow as well. We're going to play interleague games throughout the county, Gifford coming to us going to Gifford, and so forth. We also would like to be a feeder program for the middle schools. And we'd also like to help develop some fields at the middle schools to where you get mutual benefit of the school developing softball, baseball, but also fields for the local Little League teams to practice at, with the school district's blessing, of course. We understand that J.A. Thompson Rotary Field will come up for a bid possibly in May. We would like to be considered for that lease. We will be prepared to cover our own costs. We will love to structure a cost-sharing agreement with the school district that will help cover or reimburse any funds that are set our way. And that's really it. We're not here to try to take people from other leagues or in spite of another league or anything like that. We're truly here just to represent what Little League represents. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. After Mrs. Cannon, we'll have Ms. Cook.
Good evening, Liz Cannon, IRCEA. Tonight you have a great deal on your agenda. On the consent agenda tonight alone, there are 9 teacher resignations, 3 people retiring before the end of the year, and a teacher being terminated during her probationary period, which I sent you information about in email. We are losing far too many good teachers in our district. Whether they are leaving for new opportunities or for other reasons, we simply must do better. Also on our consent agenda is next year's calendar. Yes, the calendar is a work product of the Instructional Calendar Committee, a collaborative team comprised of representatives of relevant stakeholder groups. But the committee is given a very narrow parameters and requirements in order to make up the calendar. They have little say regarding such parameters. Additionally, there was an online survey provided, but the 2 drafts offered in the survey varied by only 1 day. I had more people contacting me asking me what the difference was than fully understanding the survey itself. Furthermore, concerns were expressed yet again regarding the day off due to conferences being so far away from the additional time worked by teachers. I hope the district did not have any issues regarding individual teachers who left the district between conference week and Thanksgiving break as they worked an additional day without pay. Many teachers contacted me at conference time expressing how difficult it was to work that additional time without the subsequent break. It still remains a concern. Additionally, I understand the need for adjustments to the organizational chart, but I am concerned that human resources, our most valuable asset in the district, drops lower on the rungs of the chart. Labor relations has been difficult this year, to say the least. I have prided myself on forging strong relationships with our district personnel. It becomes quite challenging when our point of contact does not have the authority to effect change. I hope that whoever is hired for the position of Director of Employee and Labor Relations is extraordinarily qualified and prepared to tackle the issues that arise. I appreciate the superintendent's speedy response to my questions and his acknowledgement that other than the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources and IT, there were no other positions eliminated. He informed me that those positions which appeared on the previous charts that do not report directly to an Assistant Superintendent were merely left off the chart. I am also anxiously awaiting the lengthy yet very important topics up for discussion this evening. Again, I thank the superintendent for inviting myself and CWA President Mike Murray to participate in the interview process for our new Assistant Superintendent of Finance and Employee Services. Our state organization has provided me with extensive budget, insurance, and legal training, providing me with a strong background to assist in this decision. Additionally, my nearly 20 years working in the district gives me insight into how our district operates. I hope that I can provide expertise in ensuring that we get the best person for the job. Additionally, as both part of the School Start Time Committee and Code of Conduct Committees, I hope that I can help with any questions that may come up. I just want to say good things. I want to end on a positive note. I want to commend the Professional Development Department for putting together the Give, Grab, Grub Day and the wonderful in-service list that they provided, and also what a fantastic presentation, and congratulations to Dr. Nikki Mosbach. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And up after Ms. Cook is going to be Brian Whiting.
Good evening, School Board and Dr. Rundell.
Can you speak into?
Oh. My name is Becky Cook. I am the Secretary of the CWA Local 3180. I would like to speak to you about support staff, employees, especially those that are part of the employee group that I am part of. I am an ESE teacher assistant. I represent self-care aides, teacher assistants, and health assistants. We work either 186 days or 196 days a year. We are a large group of employees and support staff. We also make some of the lowest annual salaries as full-time support staff employees. You might look at the salary schedule and see that the starting pay for these jobs range from $10.94 to $12.44 an hour. The Florida minimum wage starts at $8.46. You might think that our pay is above minimum wage, so it's quite competitive. But the first concern I often hear from new employees once they receive their first bi-monthly pay is that they believe a mistake has been made. They are very concerned because they are making less than they expected per pay period. That is when I remind them that our annual salary is divided over 24 pay periods. So instead of getting the starting hourly pay of $10.94, as an example, for working 75 hours for one of the bi-monthly pay periods, their hourly wage per pay period is approximately $8.47, 1 penny above minimum wage, which reveals why so many of our support staff employees have to work 2 jobs to support themselves and their families. Self-care aides, teacher assistants, and even health assistants are with students from the time they arrive to class until they leave. It is a challenging job. We are often exhausted by the end of our workday with our class. Imagine not being able to go home, but instead going to a second job. I am speaking today to ask you, the school board, to please take the time to listen to the negotiation recordings for the CWA support staff and also for the teachers union. If you are making the final decisions concerning our negotiations, we would like you to be fully informed about the facts and perspectives from both sides of the negotiating table. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And then, Mr. Murray, you're up next.
Good evening, Dr. Rendell, board members. My name is Brian Whiting, and I'm an area vice president for the CWA. In 1935, the National Labor Relations Act was enacted. It established the right of workers to collectively bargain. Section 7 of the NLRA states, employees shall have the right to self-organization, to form, join, or assist labor organizations, to bargain collectively through representatives of their own choosing, and to engage in other concerted activities for the collective purpose of mutual aid or protection. Once the NLRA was enacted, corporations argued the law was unconstitutional and took their case all the way to the Supreme Court, which in 1937 upheld the constitutionality of the law. Long ago, we stated the reason for labor organizations. We said that they were organized out of the necessity of the situation, that a single employee was helpless in dealing with an employer, that he was dependent ordinarily on his daily wage for the maintenance of himself and his family, and that if the employer refused to pay him the wage that he thought fair, he was nevertheless unable to leave the employee and resist arbitrary and unfair treatment, that unions were essential to give laborers opportunities to deal on an equality with their employer. In our own bargaining agreement, Article 7, Section C states, during the course of these negotiations described in any of these articles, the parties mutually pledge that such negotiations shall be conducted in good faith. And now we sit down at the table to ask for a fair wage and better working conditions. I hope you'll think about this. The bus driver that picks up and delivers our children home safely every day. The food service worker who provides up to 2 hot and healthy meals every day. The custodial staff that provides a clean and healthy environment for our children to learn in. The teacher's assistants who help the teacher with their children's learning skills. The secretaries who try and keep the whole show running smoothly. And the small group of technicians and mechanics who provide a safe and secure building for our children to learn in. From the time the parents let go of their little hands to enter the classroom for the first time and learn their ABCs, to the time that those young adults walk across the stage in graduation, we have been a part of your life and your family, often unseen and often underappreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Murray. And then after Mr. Murray, I have Susan Aguilar.
Morning, board members, Dr. Rendell, school district staff. According to the new organization chart on the board agenda tonight, there appears to be 1 deletion and 2 new positions being created. The deletion of Assistant Superintendent of HR and Information Technology, in the addition of Director of Safety and Security, in the addition of Director in Employee Relations. Under this new organizational structure, you have Human Resources, Employee Benefits, Finance, Purchasing, and Risk Management on an administrative position of CFO that has been vacant since July of 2018. Now the school district finances are in shambles because of that position being vacant for so long. Is this a time to throw that much responsibility on a position that is vacant, and when the position was already a huge responsibility for someone who was already familiar with our district and our finances? The previous HR department was responsible for a deficit of $7 million, and the CFO pulls us out of the hole while continuing to attempt to keep spending under control while he was there. Now it appears that the general fund is in trouble again. We are actively seeking someone for that position to fill, putting more responsibilities on them in the process. The 2 director positions will cost more than 1 superintendent of HR and IT and the director of safety. This will not save the district money. We continue to spend in ways at the top of administration, yet equitably bargain with the teachers union, the IRCEA, and the CWA support staff bargaining members. The CWA waited over 4 months for a bargaining meeting, only to be told again by the special legal counsel, acting as our chief negotiator, that he had nothing to tell us except to wait again. How much longer are we to wait for fair, good, bargaining meeting. We are getting restless, and we deserve to be treated fairly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Susan Aguilar.
Can you speak in the microphone?
Yes, I'm Susan Aguilar. I was the employee that was the teacher that was fired Friday, January 11th from Indian River Academy. I'm here tonight to speak on about a couple of things, one being my students. When I was let go from my position, I was given no notice, no warning, no nothing, not even as much as a slap on the wrist. I did not get to say goodbye to my children. From what I have heard recently, there are children crying. They are being split into several different classrooms. I know that my position has been put back on for human resource purposes, but I have been also told that it will not be filled, that these children will continue to be with these different teachers for the rest of the school year. I am not sure if the clause in the temporary contract, the probationary contract, is to eliminate teachers for just cause, or if it was actually being abused. I have never had any bad recommendations. I have never been told that I was doing a bad job. As a matter of fact, it was quite the contrary. I have a good rapport with my parents and my students. I love them dearly, and they loved me dearly. I was told that by administration on several different occasions, and I have notes and good evaluations. Not really sure why I was released, other than I was told that it wasn't working out. So now I'm here to tell the board that not only do I feel like there's being, that the probationary contract is being abused, but that I have all these children out there that I've worked so hard. This school, Indian River Academy, has been called a trauma school by the administration there. These children have people coming in and out of their lives all their lives. They're 7 and 8 years old. I'd like to think that I was there. I was supporting them. I held their hands every day. I watched them cry. And it's not fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for clarification, that's going to come up under B2. Okay. Thank you. Next, we have Tessa Roberts.
Good evening. I'm not going to need 3 minutes. I'm just going to say a couple of things. I'm a parent of a child at Indian River Academy, and I have had the pleasure of being in the classroom with Susan Aguilar as her room mom, you'd say. She taught my son in his pre-K class this summer, and she was his favorite out of all 4 teachers that they had. I've seen her interactions with her students. I've seen her interactions with other teachers, and I believe that she's a very good teacher who deserves more.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so that, at this time, that concludes our citizen input. So what I would like to do now is, because we changed the agenda around, we are going to go into the discussion session, and then we moved consent B2. Mrs. Aguilera, just clarification, we moved it to come before that action discussion. So if you want to be around for that, or you can, you're more than welcome to stay, but that is going to be discussed during that time, okay? Okay, so now we are moving to discussion. So the first item I have on for discussion is Life Touch Teen Truth. Dr. Schiff?
Yeah, we had a bit of a miscommunication. Is that on?
Yes.
A miscommunication. I'm going to move that to school board member matters.
Okay. So you're just gonna have to bring it up?
Okay.
Okay. Number 2 item, school board member finance training.
Yeah, that's a follow-up. At the last school board meeting, Mrs. Rosario brought up school board member finance training by the FSBA. At that time, there was concern that the FSBA training was too expensive, given we didn't have the budget for it now, and we discussed whether Dr. Rendell would bring training to Indian River County through FADS, the Florida Association of District Superintendent, whatever that acronym is. So I want to follow up on that, and I want to get clarification, if we're agreeing to do that, get some idea about when that's going to happen, because if that's not going to happen soon, then I want to discuss the FSBA training. But given the financial issues that are raised, given the financial issues of the district right now, I think a first and foremost priority is that our school board members have facility and expertise in finance matters, and I want us to discuss that.
Okay. At this time, I want an update from Dr. Rendell on the findings of, was it available through the Florida School Board, the Florida Superintendent's Association?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, we have 2 options. We can bring someone from another district to kind of give school finance 101 to the board members. It could even be the same person that's presenting at the conference that the FSBA is hosting. The 2 options are either to have FADS pay for it or FASA. We're also members of the Florida Association of School Administrators, and they typically sponsor 1 training for us a year. So we have both those options. I just need direction from the board to pursue that.
Pursue it. Yeah.
Wait.
Yes, I'd like to pursue it. Yes, I'd like to get clarity on a time frame to make sure that we have a time commitment for that, so that if for some reason that's not available within a month or less, that we have opportunity to go to the other one. I prefer this. And my question is, if we do that, is that would be publicly noticed so the public could attend too? Is that true?
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, actually, anytime you guys meet, more than 2 of you meet together, then more than if 2 of you or more meet together, it has to be publicly noticed. So yes, the training would be probably held right here in workshop type format. The public would be able to attend, watch on live stream, and that kind of thing. The time frame is basically FADS and FASA were both asking us, when would we like the training? Then they will reach out to the different people who can deliver the training to see if they're available. So if the time frame is by March 1st, something like that, that would give me plenty of time to try to schedule that.
Clarification, when you say the time frame is by March 1st, does that mean that we would have had that training by March 1st? Or
Correct.
you would have gotten an answer by then? We would have had that training, so sometime between now and March 1st, that training will occur here, if that's what we agree to as a board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, the idea is the FSBA training was sometime in February. So we would shoot for the
First week
same time frame. We try to complete it sometime around there.
Okay, so I guess at this time, my suggestion is we look at when our board discussion sessions are. We have one coming up on February 12th, but you're saying it has to be before March 1st or after?
I'm asking for direction from the board
Okay.
to set a time frame so that when I go back to FASA and FADS, they can see who's available
Okay.
for those time frames. I do caution you, everybody I've talked to believes it's a full day training.
Okay,
So I wouldn't target one of our already scheduled
okay,
workshop days or board business meeting days. It's going to have to be a separate time
Okay.
commitment.
so I have to be an off. Okay. Mrs. Justice? No? Okay. Any follow-up?
I just wanted to say that on December 11th, on our December 11th school board meeting, we discussed this, and it passed unanimously. We all agreed that Dr. Rendell should pursue this. I was assuming that we would have a little bit more direction, but I understand that you need a date. No? Dr. Rendell?
Madam Chair, I believe the direction was to find out if FADS and FSBA could do this, and
Okay,
they can't.
okay. Well,
So-
Mayor? Yes. I think this is equally as important, and I'm eager and willing, and I'll give a whole day, I'll give 2 days if necessary, so long as we can get the training sooner rather than later.
Okay. So what I'm hearing, direction from the board, Dr. Rendell, is try to see when they're available and when we can work it into one of our non-Tuesdays. Because we cannot do any of our training without the attorney present. And so she's here on Mondays and Tuesdays, but we already know that Tuesdays seem to work best for the board. And
That's what I was going to ask for.
Okay.
Please.
Sorry, did I cut you off?
No, I was just going to ask and request that if we have a date that we have something else scheduled that would be really difficult for us to make, if we could send that to you. Otherwise, I would suggest that maybe we look at Tuesdays. Okay.
I don't necessarily object to Tuesdays. I know a lot of our upcoming Tuesdays are booked because we have so much business to do, and we don't have a lot of time to do that. We now are going to have board discussion meetings on alternate Tuesdays that we don't have superintendent workshop Tuesdays, right?
But what I am saying, that we meet on 2 Tuesdays a month, so there's 2 more Tuesdays.
Oh, got it, the other Tuesday. I see what you're saying. Okay.
To try to work it, because it just seems like Tuesday is the day that everyone is available, and then the attorney's here, and so it seems like Tuesday based on.
Got it, I misunderstood.
Yeah. So,
And lastly, when you look at that, could we have, you see when they're available, what options are, and a choice of a couple of different dates that might be available? That's possible?
Yes, ma'am. Similar to when we asked to schedule an emergency meeting or an additional meeting or something like that, Nancy will communicate with each of you and give me the feedback.
okay. So we will coordinate this and try to get it going on one of those alternate Tuesdays, okay? And we'll send it out, and I think it'll work. We've been through the schedule scenario several times. I think we can probably find something, okay? Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to move on to the third discussion item. I would like for Dr. Rendell to give us a current status of filling the assistant superintendent position for finance. And I had put in the backup the posting of the job description. So at this time, Dr. Rendell, if you could give the board and board members, if you have any questions, I'd prefer that we wait until Dr. Rendell gets through the status of where we are in the process.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are conducting interviews on Tuesday, January 22nd. So a week from today, we'll be conducting interviews. We have identified 4 candidates that we believe can fit the position. The interviews are going to be with a panel of people. We've invited a representative from the CWA, the IRCEA, a representative from our audit committee to sit on the interview panel. We also are going to have a representative from CFO Strategic Partners. That's the chief financial officer consulting firm that's working with us right now. They're, chief financial officers. They have a lot of experience in that area. So those are some of the members that will be on the team. Typically, we select a candidate out of that panel interview process. If we are successful with the interview process a week from today, on Tuesday the 22nd, we would then be able to nominate, bring that candidate forward for approval on the January 29th board meeting. And so if we move that quickly through the process, that person could be selected, and recommended for board approval January 29th. Now, I don't know how quickly they'd be able to start after that, because if they're currently employed, they would need to give at least 2 weeks' notice and that kind of thing. But, we're moving rapidly through the process, but not rushing through the process. The ad actually has been out for a while. We had a lot of quality applicants, and we believe the 4 we've selected, any one of them could do the job very well.
Okay, so that was going to be one of my follow-up is you feel like the timeline of, because you had given us a timeline back in December, you thought maybe on January 29th meeting you would have someone up for approval. So I just want to make sure that we're not just rushing this so that you
No,
can
ma'am.
meet that, but you really feel like we have qualified applicants.
I do, but if, in the interview process next week, if the panel doesn't feel like we have, a top candidate, clear winner, or something like that, we can start again.
Okay. Dr. Shea?
One of the things that we've talked about is that the CFO company that you brought in is also going to evaluate our current systems and do a presentation. Can you say a little more about that, about what you've learned, if anything, to date, and whether that presentation is still scheduled?
Actually, if you don't mind, that is exactly something I'm going to bring up during my item 4.
Okay.
So that is, if you don't mind, can we wait and have him answer that at that time?
As long as it gets answered.
Okay. Did anyone else have any questions or clarification about, I know Dr. Rendell has been giving us constant communications on what's going to happen. I've actually been on Bob Seuss, and I actually went through, publicly what the process is going to be. But I just wanted to make sure that there isn't any questions that the board members or comments that the board members want to make about the process and where we are at this time.
I just wanted to make a note that I'm very happy to see that we have CWA and IRCEA involved in the selection of this important position, and that we need to keep that in mind in the future.
Okay. And also, I'm very excited about our chairman of the audit committee, who has that background in the corporate finance, who has accepted joining this. And this isn't typical on how we have these type of interviews. Is that correct? Normally it's the cabinet members, or how is it normally in the past?
Yeah, so for principal positions on up, we typically do a panel interview, but the panel is usually made up of in-house, members of the cabinet or other members of district staff, leadership positions. In the past, in other districts that I've been a part of, the panel interview has included bargaining members, and so that's probably something we'll start to incorporate going forward with positions, principal and cabinet level, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to echo Mrs. Berenborg's comments. Mrs. Cannon came and spoke tonight about the fact that she has received extensive training in budgeting and budgeting in school district budgets. School district financing in and of itself is very different than any other mechanism. And so I think that they'll bring an added layer of understanding to the hiring process. So I think that's fantastic.
Okay, Madam Chair. Yes.
Dr. Rendell, would you please explain to us the process moving forward for the other 2 vacancies in the finance department with regard to and with relation to this particular position?
Yes, ma'am. We have advertised both of the other positions and are collecting applications. However, I feel that the new assistant superintendent for finance and employee services really needs to be able to pick who's on their team. So as soon as that person's on board, we'll fill those vacancies as soon as we can. We could do that for them, so to speak, but I really feel like that they're going to be 2 integral people on their team that I think they need to be the ones making those selections.
Okay. And I feel probably with the applicants that are coming in, if they're not selected as the chief financial officer, perhaps there might be some good candidates that might be qualified for their director of finance. So it's not like starting over, I wouldn't think.
No, ma'am. In fact, 2 of the 4 people that we'll be interviewing have also applied for the director of finance job.
Nice. Okay.
Madam Chair, can I get a clarification? I just heard a statement that said you already posted the other position. So the position that we're going to refer to tonight or talk about and approve, that's already been posted?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm talking about the positions in finance. We
Okay.
have the
So
Director of
not
Finance and then
HR.
a Senior Accountant position. That's
Not
it.
HR?
No.
Okay.
Correct, not-
Thank you.
not-
I just heard you say those positions that we're looking at filling. So I just want to clarify that's just for finance. Okay.
All right, so I just wanted to bring this up so that we all were on the same page of where we are in the process, and that we know that 29th is the target date to have someone that we can approve for
That's the
that
target
position.
date.
That's the target date, but like I said, just because it's a target date, if you get to the 22nd and you don't feel that is a qualified candidate, I personally, as a board member, do not want you to accept anyone unless they're the best at what they do. And that's just my preference, that, yes, we want to hurry, but we don't want to rush it and make some mistakes that we can't fix. So I'm going to move on to the next item, recent discrepancy with the, yes.
Sorry, may I interrupt you for a moment? Because there are so many discussion items, I was going to suggest this evening that we kind of do a round robin. As I stated before, my discussion items seem to be add-ons that would be at the bottom of the list, but in fact, they were submitted weeks ago when it was my understanding that we would be having discussion at a discussion session. When the agenda came out on Tuesday, and I saw that we were in fact having discussion this evening, I felt that I asked Mrs. Esplin to please add my discussion items because I had not realized that we were going to be putting on discussion for this evening. So if we could do kind of a round robin style perhaps and go through the list with each person being able to address an issue and then come back through the list again so that the person gets the chance to once again bring up their issue.
I can appreciate that, but we did adopt this order here, and I feel like these items run together, and so I don't see, unless it's, I see finance and are the next 4 items, and then at the end, we have items that aren't related to finance. So I feel like our conversation's gonna roll together if we go ahead and keep it the way it is. If in the future, I'd be more than happy when we adopt the orders, if you want to make those changes, we can make them at that time, but I don't feel comfortable doing it right now.
Just for Just for clarity's sake, I do appreciate your comments regarding the fact that they are finance and will run together. It's my understanding that discussion, it wouldn't be necessary in the adoption of the orders of the day to amend the list, and perhaps Ms. DiAgresta can speak to that. It's my understanding that we can choose to address the discussion items within discussion in any manner in which we choose.
Okay, well, at this time, I feel that the way that it's laid out, it's very orderly, and one item rolls into the next item. So the reason for me, when I submitted my items, current status to fill in the CFO position, it goes into discrepancies with finance, which goes into the moratorium issue, which goes into legal services and transportation. It's all going to be related to finance, so I prefer to keep it the way it is tonight. So at this time, I would like to talk about the recent discrepancies with the fund balance and the unrestricted reserves that we all had received from Mrs. Pelletier. And I had put the backup on the portion that I found very troubling, and I felt that it's something that Dr. Rendell and I had talked about in private, but to bring it out into the sunshine, I prefer to talk about it because it's something that Dr. Rendell had also received around the same time, and just to be fair to everyone, it needs to be discussed tonight. So in the backup, you have it.
Which piece are you referring to?
It's
a lot of backup.
the discrepancy, so I think it's under 4,
Number 4.
number 4 in the back.
Got it.
So I'm gonna, the first sheet goes through the school board policies, 6210 and 6233, and then it goes into the Florida statute. But what I want, before I jump into going through that, what Dr. Rendell and I had talked about in our meetings together is the report that Julie had sent us says the fund balance is 2.5. So, getting that from the director of finance as a chairman or as a board member and even as a superintendent, this is something that we all, I'm probably feel like that we need to discuss because this is the only time we can discuss this. It's not something that needs to be ignored because we know that school board policy 6210 says that to provide the financial strength and stability of a district, the board is committed to maintaining an ending fund balance not classified as restricted, committed, and non-spendable of 5% of the district general fund revenue to be designated for contingencies. So then we go into school board policy 6233, and that states that if it does fall below the 5%, that the superintendent shall prepare for board approval a financial plan and timeline to restore the ending fund balance not classified as restricted, committed, or non-spendable to the minimum amount set forth herein. So based on the discrepancy that we received, the 2.5%, it goes on even beyond that. Additionally, section 101.051 Florida statute provides in part, if the fund balance falls below 3% of projected general fund revenues during the current fiscal year, the superintendent shall provide written notification to the district school board and the commissioner of education. And then pursuant to statute 218.503, the commissioner, if it was to be below 2%, the commissioner shall appoint a financial emergency board that shall operate under the requirements, powers, and duties specified in statute 218.503. So the reason I'm providing the board with this backup information, that when we received this information from the director of finance, who was actually the person in charge at the time of the finances, that says 2.5. By law, we're obligated to dive into this, and then the superintendent is obligated to give us clarity on this. So what I want to talk about tonight is I did have a chance to meet with our representative from the CFO Strategic Partners today. This was my first time that I've been able to meet with her because she started on, was it the end of December? Is that correct, Dr. Rendell?
Yes, Madam Chair, she started 2 days before winter vacation.
Okay. So in my meeting with Dr. Rendell, he had stated that he disagreed with the reporting of this fund balance, and so I had asked him for clarity, you know, where's the discrepancy? And today, after meeting with Peggy McGarity, there might be some validity to the balance being off, but it doesn't seem like it's as dramatic as what I see here, but the whole fact is there's not really that clarity yet until, she's supposed to be giving us bringing to the board on the 29th, her findings of what over the next couple of weeks, what she has been able to look at. And so it looks like on January 29th that she's going to do a presentation to the board. Is that correct, Dr. Rundell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, actually, as part of our contract work with CFO Strategic Partners, they're going to be giving us a presentation. They're going to be giving the board a presentation at a workshop on the 29th about our current financial status, what the projected fund balance would be, salary lines, a top to bottom budget review. This board may not be aware, two members are, that back in September when we adopted the final projected budget, I promised the board that we would give them an update in February on how our status, halfway through the year and that kind of thing. So this presentation, January 29th, will probably serve as that update. Mrs. Zork is correct. The information that you received, I do not believe is accurate. There are plenty of discrepancies in the information that's presented there. Mrs. McGarity has been doing a great job of working with our staff, identifying, all the different salary expenditures to make sure they're being charged to the appropriate account. There were some salaries that were being charged to the general fund that should have been charged to categorical. And that 2.5% fund balance, that is in the general fund, that is the savings accounts, the unrestricted amount. There were some funds that were supposed to be charged to categorical that weren't. So we move those funds into the right places, it relieves the strain on the fund balance. I do not believe that we'll be anywhere near a 2.5% fund balance when we show you the presentation on Tuesday the 29th. We did, and I know we're probably going to talk about this in a few minutes, we did receive word that the state is going to withhold some funds for transportation because the October ridership count was lower than the projected amount. That amount was a little bit over $1 million. The board is aware that I believe I sent you an email that some of that withholding of funds is actually going to be absorbed by an increase in funds that we're going to receive as a result of the fact that the first time, I think in 4 years, our October membership was up. We actually have more students in our classrooms than what was projected. And our funding is based on the number of students that we have. So we're actually receiving more funding from the state for the remainder of the year because we have a higher student count. And that higher student count is going to offset some of those costs, the transportation holdback. I believe it's about $343,000 that will impact the general fund unless we can find other places to reduce spending. So all this to say is kind of like a preview of what's coming on the 29th.
Right. So I wanted to talk about this tonight because I think it's important that the superintendent has made a commitment to all of us that on the 29th that he's going to present to us what he feels that the fund balance is because of that discrepancy. I do want to tell you, the skeptic that I am, I was very skeptical when I did meet Mrs. McGarity because I just wanted to make sure that whoever I met really knows what they're doing. When I met with her, she is a certified CPA, she is an attorney, and she has a lot of experience in government work. So very, very qualified, and she's not learning as she goes. She already knows her stuff and when she comes in. So what I would like to do on the 29th is look at the presentation that she gives us and the backup data. I've given her the list of the discrepancies of everything that Mrs. Pelletier has given us. I put this in the backup because I wanted everybody to see what we see when she sent it to us. So Mrs. Pelletier was talking about omitting from the 647 the McKay, the $200,000 audit finding, the 2.6 performance pay, which she was able to give some clarity on that today. 90,000 additional legal fees, 70,000 TCA generator, which it's my understanding that more than likely came out of capital. Ms. Pelletier had estimated 1.2 transportation take back, and she did that based on the report survey that came out back in November, because it basically was a third off. So she had estimated if we get 3.6 million each year for transportation from the state, so she took a third basically. So she estimated 1.2 million. So that's where that number comes into her. It's online. The report that she had given us, she had said 1.2. And then when she gave us a new projected fund balance of $3,826,000. Now that's very concerning when you see that, and that's why it's important for us to talk about it tonight, and that's why it was important to get that concrete confirmation from the superintendent that we are going to have a presentation to hopefully clarify this. And if we don't clarify this, and we don't get the answers that we need to have on the 29th, I am going to go ahead of time. So Nancy, please put on the agenda for the 29th, my discussion item, because if I need to move it to action, I will. I'm going to put on, I want to go ahead and put back on there the discrepancy in the fund balance, and the item that I have here, the moratorium for spending, because if we don't get the answers that we need on the 29th, I'm going to call for the moratorium on all spending until we get this straightened out, until we get the new CFO put in place. And so that is where I am tonight, and I'm going to open it up to my board members for your comments and questions or whatever you have.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I do know that we do have to report to the state if we're below in our funding balance. So at what point do we have to be worried about that? Because if we don't know what that number is and we go another month or two, I don't want to be in violation now, have more fees that we have to pay. So when will we get this information, and how do we report, and when do we report if we need to report?
Okay, I'm going to turn part of that question over to Mrs. DeAgresta, because she needs to answer that, what the law says. But it sounds like, and I'm going to let the superintendent, I don't want to speak for him, but it sounds like the 29th we're going to have an answer. And if we don't have an answer from the CPA at that time, then I feel like that's probably the second step that we need to take. But let's let Mrs. DeAgresta answer that.
Thank you, board members. What the statute says is when your fund balance falls below 3%, the superintendent is required to put you on written notice as well as the Commissioner of Education. So if in fact your fund balance is below 3%, it's time to report under the statute. If you don't have that information, then you need to obtain that information and make that determination. But all the statute says is if your fund balance goes below 3%.
Do you have a follow-up?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So we don't know what that fund balance is per se. And you're saying that we will know for sure on the 29th. But if the superintendent finds out before the 29th, will we be given notice then?
Dr. Rendell?
Yes, absolutely. Following both board policy and state statute, I'm required to notify you and the commissioner. I don't believe we're at that point. That's why we haven't notified anybody of such. I do not think the numbers that you were given are accurate.
Couple things. So am I clear that right now we have no idea what the fund balance is?
No, ma'am. No, the projected fund balance is still within the budget that was prepared and presented to the board in September, which
And so
is
as of
5.1%.
right now, your calculation is we have 5.1%, Ms. Pelletier's calculation was that there would be 2.5, and we don't, and it's somewhere in there. Is that right?
Correct, because the budget is fluid. We have expenditures increasing, we have revenues increasing or decreasing. For example, the news from the DOE that we're going to receive more general fund and weighted funding because we have higher October student count. That wasn't in the original budget. That changes things quite a bit. The holdback wasn't in the original budget. That changes things quite a bit. So the budget is fluid. However, again, the notification comes when we believe we are at that projected fund balance of being below the threshold, and I don't believe that we are. One of the calculations we ran earlier today has us at 4. So, and we still have salary. We're trying to make sure that we've identified that it's not in general fund, that should be in categorical. So, you know, if I ever receive concrete evidence that we're in one of these situations, I will notify the board and the commissioner.
3 follow-up questions.
Okay, go ahead.
Number one, if it turns out that we are under 3%, and if it turns out we have been under 3%, and that's not a new figure, what are the implications of that for state notification? And are there penalties? What is it if it's been retroactive? How does that work?
I'll let Suzanne answer that first.
The statutory provision that deals with the 3% fund balance requirement does not go into the level of detail that you are asking. It just simply says that the Commissioner of Education will then be in communication with the superintendent and the board to monitor whatever your plan is to safeguard your finances. So it doesn't go into a whole lot of detail as far as what that looks like, but it is not a formal process. If the fund balance were to fall below the 2%, that's when the more formal process takes place. And if the Commissioner of Education does not believe that there's an appropriate financial recovery plan in place, the Commissioner of Education could appoint a financial recovery board, which essentially would take over your finances here in Indian River County and manage your finance department for you. So that's the more formal process when the number gets very, very low. But at the 3% range, it is communication and sharing of information with the Commissioner of Education so that he will be able to understand the financial picture here.
So at 3%, it's a yellow flag. At 2%, it's a red flag. More or less.
Possibly red flag.
Okay. I still want to follow up. The other thing, in addition to the lack of clarity about the numbers at the moment, I think there's another issue underneath that, which is also about the culture and the climate in that department. So irrespective of how the numbers are falling out, which we don't know, and hopefully we'll get greater clarification in a couple of weeks, the other issue is that following the dismissal of Mr. Morrison, and then following Mr. Morrison's resignation, 2 other staff members resigned. And so I can't speak to their motives, and I can't speak to why that happened. I can't speak to their intention, but it is a red flag when a bunch of our finance department chooses to leave after what has been a contentious environment, to say the least. So I want to surface that the issue is both financial and cultural, so to speak. It's the culture and climate of that department, and whatever we do moving forward has to be inside also a context of the well-being of that department in its, in moving forward about its capacity to work together and its ability to move forward as a team.
I'd like to speak to that for a moment. Having been a board member for the past 2 years and working with the previous leadership that we had in our finance department, it was my observation that at times there were unnecessary hurdles that were put into place as far as classroom funding and school funding is concerned, as well as some hurdles in our bargaining process. As a board member for the past 2 years and having asked a number of questions with previous leadership, that is my feeling and understanding. I am hopeful that we will see more funding directed to students and teachers and classrooms in the future. And I am hopeful with new leadership within the finance department, we will be able to build a culture and climate in that department that serves schools, that's focused on teachers and students and serving schools and getting money to classrooms and programs, which is the job at hand to educate our students.
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
I have another thing, but Dr. Rendell,
How often, when Mr. Morrison was here practicing, how often did you receive the fund balance and updates on our finances?
We didn't visit the fund balance question until we were preparing the end of the year report. So when we prepared the budget, and then when we were preparing the end of the year report.
So you, as superintendent, only receive this information once or twice a year?
Correct.
Is that typical of all superintendents?
I can't speak for other superintendents in other districts. I'm not sure how they operate. This board wasn't seated when we had Mr. Conley Weiss, who was a former CFO in St. Johns County, and he said that in their county, their practice was to give monthly updates to the district level staff, the cabinet, and if there were any cause for any of that information to be shared with the board, they would do that. But they would check the projections monthly.
So how do you feel? I
So-
have several other questions.
Okay, to hang on to that. So my question goes to Mrs. DeAgrustos. If they were to meet in cabinet and it was said that, in cabinet, that it has fallen below 5%, with our board policy being very clear, that they would have to notify the board that it's below 5%, correct? At that, if it was to be discovered in a monthly update?
Your board policy says that at any time, if the projected fund balance falls below 5%, that the superintendent is to put together a plan to safeguard finances and to present that plan to the board, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So, as it stands right now, with the financial roller coaster that we have experienced in this district, which started long before 3 board members took this position, clearly we have inherited this, but that's okay. That's what we are here for. I'd like to suggest that in the absence of a position such as our CFO, which is incredibly important in an organization that is the largest in Indian River County, especially in his absence and in the absence of 2 other resignations, it would have been extremely prudent for the superintendent to be on top of figuring out what our financial situation has been thus far, managing it, and knowing where our fund balance is up until now. I think that's incredibly important because it seems like no one's balancing the budget. It seems like no one's balancing the checkbook. Who's in charge? I know I asked for this information and I got, I don't know. So I just think that I'd like to take a step back because I want to be hopeful that on the 29th we're going to get this information. I'd like to hope that by tomorrow, Dr. Rendell, you would walk into the office and say, what is our fund balance? I mean, it doesn't take much to find out what that is ASAP so that we can rid the worries as soon as possible. With that said, one of the attachments here was a chart. I don't know if you all have that in front of you. It seems as if several of these items were an anticipation from Mrs. Pelletier. So in anticipation of what has been omitted, which was the McKay Scholarship, in anticipation of the $600,000 audit finding for ESE transportation, which it's understood has not been paid thus far. This $600,000, I'm believing, is referring to a prior audit. Am I correct, Dr.
That's
Rendell?
correct.
Okay, so this is the only one that we are not sure when we're going to pay it and how and why. So in addition to that, the performance pay, the additional legal fees, the generator fuel leak, and the possible $1.2 million transportation take-back, those are all anticipated or projected to be taken at this time when this was printed, which was in December. The assumption was that Mrs. Pelletier added all of this in, so at that time, with all of these taken out at one time, that would potentially bring our fund balance at that time to a 2.5. because none of these have been actually paid. These are all outstanding. Am I correct in figuring this out, Dr. Rendell?
I'm not sure if you can, some of the figures that she put together in that chart are her predictions.
Predictions.
So I don't know if those predictions are accurate. I don't believe several of them are.
So there is hope that we are not exactly at 2.5 right now. Is that right?
It's more than hope.
Okay. So what can we ask you to look into this immediately tomorrow and receive an email from you? I mean, that does seem
Dario,
pretty.
I've been meeting with Mrs. McGarity almost every day that she has worked, and we have run the numbers every day.
But no fund balance number, right?
Yeah, like I said,
Kathy,
today,
can
we
we
were at
please-
4.1%, I believe.
Okay.
And what she's doing is taking Mrs. Pelletier's information, verifying it as much as she can. We're tracking salaries to make sure they're being drawn from the right accounts. Some of this, there's a line in here, the 2.6 million performance pay and all negative salary and benefits. The negative salary and benefits she's referring to is the general fund salary accounts, by her calculations, were in the negative. And some of those were because she wasn't charging people to categorical accounts like she was supposed to, like
Okay.
we had agreed upon.
Okay.
And so we're going through the process of verifying some of these figures and claims. Mrs. McGarity had been in contact with Mrs. Pelletier before she left. She's been in contact with her since via phone. So the idea is that, we're going through trying to verify if any of this is accurate, and if so, how much does it really impact the fund balance?
I know for sure I'm going to talk
I'm gonna-
about
I'm gonna
a
follow-
discussion
it's-
item. The 1.2 million is coming up, so I'll
Okay.
discuss that.
So,
Thank you.
just to follow up, because it's on the same subject, when I met with Dr. Rendell and Mrs. McGarity today, we had given her this today to go specifically because she had what she was looking at, but today we gave her this actually in action to look at. Figure this out. We need to know this when you have your presentation on the 29th. So this information was given to her today. I just wanted to follow up with you, Mrs. Rosario.
Thank you.
And if she can get it, this isn't gonna, I want the right answer. I don't want the quick answer, so if it's gonna take her a week or 2 weeks to come up with tracking this, it seems like in the past, maybe we've been rushed or things were given to us and it wasn't complete information. I don't want that this time. I want a complete, accurate set of numbers. So I'm hoping that we don't rush it, at least give it, I don't want it tomorrow. I want to give it time. I'm not saying a long time. I want it by the 29th, but if we can get it sooner, that would be great. If not, we know the hard date is the 29th to have it. And Mrs. Justice and then Mrs. Barrenborg.
Mrs. Barrenborg can go, I'll save my comments for
Oh,
later.
thank you. 2 points that I want to make. One, I know it's been a long time since we've had somebody as a CFO giving us the numbers that we need. And it's frustrating, especially as a new board member, to try to negotiate with our unions and not have information like this. It's so important as we move forward with negotiating. So I know people are frustrated. I'm frustrated. We don't have that information that we need in order to move forward. And so as soon as we can get that information, then I know we want to move forward on those things. And another point I want to make, as a former principal, I sat with my assistant superintendent every single month and went over my budget. And when an item would disappear off my budget, which they do, they take back money from districts, I know, from schools, and not all of a sudden you go, whoa, what happened? So I would like to make that a policy that we do that. Not just you sitting with the CFO and going over it monthly, but we do that with all our employees, because I've heard from employees that are trying to buy textbooks, or I've heard of that, not from the employees, that they thought the money was there and it's not there. So we don't need to wait months for that to all of a sudden be disappearing. We need to know that month what happened to that money.
Mrs. May I? Thank you. When Mr. Weiss did come and speak to the previous school board, and I know his report is available, and they can take a look at that, he made a number of suggestions regarding the way that other school districts' financial departments worked. And I think some of those things that you speak of were there. Again, I will speak about previous financial leadership and some unnecessary hurdles that were put into place as far as communication through schools, allocation of funds to schools. Mrs. Rosario does speak about inheriting some issues. When Mrs. Zork and I joined the board, we did in fact inherit a very large issue, a $7 million deficit in our health insurance fund. That the previous financial leadership had in fact been working their way through. And we had a fairly new superintendent who was at that point dealing with that. So it is my hope with a new CFO joining us that Mr. Weiss's suggestions about the way that the financial department could be structured, building capacity within the department itself, and then also increase communication with schools to make sure that schools are getting what they need to be able to service their students and provide their teachers with the things that they need to do their job. Is my hope in the future. Is Mr. Weiss's recommendations, will those be taken into consideration with the new CFO?
Yes, ma'am. We have a file set aside for the new CFO to the recommendations from Mr. Weiss, the findings from the audit committee, findings from the independent audit that was done. You know, we have a whole bunch of information for that person.
Okay, so there's 2 items that I still want to go through within this. So we know that based from the November survey, we know that our revenues that we were anticipating are not going, so when we set our budget based on thinking that we had those revenues. So we have expenses based on those revenues, projected revenues. The reason I wanted to move this, and it was very important for me to move this to the beginning of the action, is because when we start taking action tonight, we need to be very conscious that if our projected revenues are less than what we had set our expenses, then that means we're gonna have to look at cutting some expenses. That's a question mark. We don't know. Is that true? Is that not true? And then we need to take caution with every single contract, because if we really don't know tonight what our fund balance is until the 29th, yes, some contracts will come out of general revenue, or where will they come from? So there's so many questions on, where we are with our finances. I just find it very risky for us to approve any financial contracts tonight unless we have a concrete answer. If we get to that point, what accounts that coming out of? Have we budgeted for that? Are we within the budget? And then tying ourselves to a contract for the next year if we really don't know what our projected actual revenues are and expenses. So I just wanted to bring this up before we dive into our contracts.
What a mess. This is a tough position to walk into. And I'm not suggesting that it was any easier 2 years ago, but I'm a little bit speechless. My question is, Mrs. Zork, you had put here this moratorium on all spending. Is that what you just addressed? Is that what you just said? Because I'm a little confused. You had it on the agenda for tonight, but then you suggested we're putting it off till the 29th, but just now I heard you saying we shouldn't be spending any money. I'm confused on what you mean by this item and and what are the implications of it.
So when I put this on here, I did not have the information that was given to me from Mrs. McGarity. And when I met with her, and then with Dr. Rendell giving us a hard date of the 29th, I personally feel like there's some contracts on here that should not be on here tonight, based on the information that we have, of not knowing where we are and what's to come. And when you look at the dates of when these contracts are actually a hard time when they have to be renewed, I think they could be pulled off. So what based on the information that I received from the CFO company, the CPA, and Dr. Rundell today, I'm going to give it until the 29th, and if I'm not given the answers that I need on the 29th, then at the 29th meeting, I'm going to call to action for a moratorium. And that, at that time, that it's going to be up to you all if you agree with it, because I'm only one board member, so it's going to take a consensus. But I just feel like we should not be spending anything until we get these answers. Your thoughts? In agreement?
I feel like I'm hearing two different things.
Okay.
I feel like I'm hearing, on the one hand, we don't know where we are, so we can't approve anything tonight, because that would be irresponsible. On the other hand, I'm hearing, we shouldn't impose a moratorium until the 29th, when we have more concrete information, and those two things seem a bit to conflict to me. Either we're spending, or we're waiting till we hear, unless I'm missing something. On the 29th, we're gonna get more concrete information. The degree of discrepancy we seem to have in getting clear information, I'm not gonna go into that.
So,
But if we're not approving things, if what you're saying is we shouldn't approve what's on here tonight because we don't know if we can, how is that different from this?
well, when we do set a moratorium, if we were to have to set the moratorium on the 29th, I want the board to think about how will that moratorium look? Is it no more hiring? Is it, we put all positions off? Do we not do any capital? So we have to really wrap our minds around, on the 29th, if we do call for a moratorium, what does that spending look like? And after speaking with the attorney, we have to be very specific in the moratorium. When I said essential services, there needed to be more clarity to what essential services are, because essential services are bus parts, but we just said no capital. Does that come out of capital? So capital spending, so we have to be very specific, and I don't want to tie the hands of the district over the next week, 2 weeks, until we really wrap our mind around what does this moratorium look like. Mrs. Berenborg, go ahead.
Mrs. Justice had a question, and I have a question.
I'm not sure if this will help clarify, but, so capital expenses, right? That's not going to matter as far as what we're looking at with our general fund. Is that correct? Those capital expenses or funds are separated. So we might be okay with spending capital money. That's what I'm asking.
That is correct.
Can I get an answer on that?
From the superintendent?
Yes.
Go ahead.
That's correct. The capital funds are not a part of the unrestricted fund balance.
Okay.
And to clarify, that would be true of any categorical fund. Any categorical fund, if we have money in that account, would not be part of the general balance, the general fund, correct? Is that right? If capital fund, I'm asking Dr. Rendell.
Dr. Rendell.
Yes,
Am I understanding
that
that
is
right?
correct. The unrestricted fund balance is unrestricted funds, so no categoricals.
So we could still spend in categoricals where the money is already allocated, the money is already there, and it does not affect the general balance.
So essentially, what we're possibly discussing then is a moratorium on just the general fund. But that's not tonight. We're not voting on anything tonight. So right as it is tonight, tonight is just business as usual.
Can I ask a question?
So,
Correct?
just, go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Rendell, at the 29th, if you were to bring forward a fund balance that was below 3%, would the board need to take a moratorium, or at that point, would you be bringing to us a list of cuts in order to?
I would, by statute, I'm sorry, yes, by statute and board policy, I'd have to bring you a spending plan, a plan to reduce spending and to increase that above the threshold. So I would be bringing you a plan saying this is what I'm suggesting that we do moving forward to get our fund balance back above the threshold.
I don't ask that question because I would not, because it's not that I would not be in favor of a moratorium, although I do think there has to be a number of clarifications as far as current signed contracts and purchase orders and different things that we have and notification of the ending of those contracts. As far as new spending, I mean, there would be a number of different things. Never has board member finance training been as important as I think, it was brought up tonight, and I see that it is extremely important that we have some understanding of school district finance and the ability and flexibility we have within those funds to run the school district. But it would be my thought that if we were in that position, that a plan to bring us back to where we need to be would be given to us. That was my understanding.
So, go ahead.
There's two things. One is a plan might be given to us. The other side of that is what we think moving forward, right? Right, and so that's part of our education, and part of what I hear Mrs. Zork saying is there are a lot of decisions that would have to go into how a moratorium might work. I'm concerned if we're not having that conversation until the 29th. Of course, we have that conversation in public, but that's a big conversation. And we might need to allocate other time for that. If it gets to that. We don't know yet if it's getting to that. We don't know exactly, but I think we need to consider the fact that having that big a conversation in our regular business meeting, we might have to allocate additional time as well. Because we can't talk any other time. Like,
Exactly.
That's the only time we talk, and that's an enormous conversation.
Okay. Well, as the chairman, I have correct me if I'm wrong, Mrs. DeAgresta, I have the privilege to call for special meetings.
Yes, ma'am.
So if,
Yep.
if we, but,
Sorry. And whether or not we want to have a special meeting prior to the 29th, sorry, I don't talk into the mic, to be prepared for whatever information we get on the 29th, we might want to also consider, or you might want to consider as the board chair.
so what I want tonight as a chairman, I'm going to strongly encourage every board member to reach out to Dr. Rendell and to pay, if it's okay, Mrs. McGarity, and then also Mrs. DeAgresta to, over the next couple of weeks until we get this information, because we got to be prepared for the 29th either way, is to know, have in mind what your moratorium looks like and do some research on what the moratorium is. Because I'm hearing, general fund is to freeze that, but correct me if I'm wrong, all new hires come out of general fund. Is that correct?
No, ma'am, not necessarily. New hires could be part of title programs, could be
Okay.
part of Title I, Title II. We actually pay for some people out of the Title IV fund, so those are categoricals, those are grants. We also have partnerships with some local agencies who actually fund some of our positions, like the Learning Alliance.
But we could have some positions that we have on the agenda to hire and put in place, and that was due to come out of the general fund, so we don't want to, so we just need to get a little bit more research, but by putting this on the agenda tonight, I'm putting a notice that if we don't get the clarity and all the information that we need on the 29th, that's the direction I want to go. And in the meantime, I'm asking all the board members to please do their due diligence and find the research, and when we come back on the 29th, if need be, that we be prepared to talk about what that moratorium looks like, so that we don't have unintended consequences to the actions that we take. But I felt like this is something, Dr. Rendell, and I had met and talked about, but I know it's overused, the word transparency and accountability. He's given me answers that we're meeting on the 29th with the CFO company. He has in action the interviews on the 22nd for a new CFO position. He's hopeful that on the 29th agenda that we'll have our new CFO to approve. So I just wanted to bring it up that if all these steps weren't taking place, we would be a lot worse off than where we are. We had thought we were going to be. But I feel pretty comfortable in where we're heading, but I just wanted to put it on notice that the 29th, if we don't get the answers that we need, that I'm prepared to make that action into action. So anyways, anything further? Okay. All right. So moving on, we are on to discussion item 5, and that is School District Indian River County Legal Services. Dr. Schiff?
Yeah, so speaking of money, as Mrs. Wall talked about tonight, Mrs. Wall has done extensive analysis that she's provided to us on legal counsel for various counties in Florida. I've done a little analysis of that. I'm going to be really brief in the interests of time, and I have backup information if anybody wants it. But basically, out of 67 counties in Florida, 15 use external counsel and 52 use internal counsel. So my first thought about that would have been, does that have to do with size? Does that have to do with size of the district? And it turns out it doesn't. If you look at the districts that are all around us in terms of size, looking at Citrus at 15,000, going up to Santa Rosa at 27,000. There's about 6 counties in there. 4 of them have internal counsel, 2 of them have external counsel, like us. Our external counsel, as Mrs. Wall mentioned, does have the longest travel distance, which we're paying expenses for. It's a high retainer. When you look at retainers of other counties, our retainer is considerably higher than that. If you go back to the September audit report that was in the documents, in that September 11th audit report, the auditors specifically said we need to put out an RFP for legal counsel, mostly because that should happen every few years and we need to review our practices in that. So this is not a comment on is our legal counsel effective or not. It's a question of what are best practices consistent both with what's happening in other districts as well as what's most cost effective and efficient for us moving forward. So I'd like to suggest, there's way more data on this, which I won't go into, but I'd like to suggest that we consider looking at how we're moving forward in terms of legal counsel, whether it's time for us to consider internal legal counsel, whether it's time for us, if we're going to stick with external counsel, if it's time for us to consider local or other counsel, and that we move forward with putting out the RFP that the audit report suggested in September.
Okay, so I'm going to make a comment then. Did you? Okay. So this was brought up back in, was it the spring? I believe it was
April or May.
Okay, I brought this up about how much we're paying. It was sent over at the time by the board to our audit committee that we all had appointed members and they had looked at it and then they had given us suggestions to go out. So what I would like to do is have Mr. Allwater come and give a presentation on the findings of what they found, so we're not redoing the same research. And I also ask, have you had a chance to listen to the audio of that meeting?
I've spoken with Mr. Allwater. I've seen that. In the documentation here is his PowerPoint presentation that was, I presume, exactly the presentation that he did in September. I believe that I was here for the night that he actually presented. So I'm not sure what we get by another presentation when I think we already have that information. But maybe I'm missing something.
I don't know if it would be, if the other board members would appreciate having that presentation so that you could ask them specific questions.
I actually was going to bring it up as well, because I agree with you. I think that I have done all that research. I have watched the video. I was here at the meeting when he presented. He brought up some good points. It's not a personal attack. It is looking at what's best practice. And I think that we should be following what our audit committee is recommending to us, especially when it's going to possibly save us money, or go back to saying what we're doing is the right thing, and then the attorney that we have now is justified in her position. So I think that it doesn't hurt, it doesn't cost us any money to put that out there, and I think we should.
I expressed at the time, and I still express now, I have no issue with analyzing and questioning our current structure as far as legal services are concerned. I do have some concerns regarding the RFP process, going through that process for the hiring or for the review. It is a practice that is done, and Mr. Carver was actually there, our Director of Purchasing was there, and talked to us a little bit about what kinds of things we go out for the RFP process, through that process for, and then what things we don't, and there are some reasons for that he shared that I think should be shared with the board members again as well, and I'm not going to try to paraphrase those reasons right now. The only thing that I would say is we have some backup here that was prepared by a community member. It was not prepared by staff. Occasionally backup is prepared by staff. This was prepared by a community member. We sat in on some things from when we were at FSBA, where there were some districts that had in-house counsel, and upon further questioning about their in-house counsel, they in fact had in-house counsel, but then also contracted a number of their legal services out. So just because you have in-house counsel does not mean that you will not incur other legal costs. No, so just the very apples to oranges comparison of do you have in-house, do you not have in-house, and I think the audit committee actually, Mrs. Zork could maybe speak to that as well, spoke about that a little bit, and Mr. Frost had shared some concerns about the fact that it's very difficult to compare district to district because every district deals with different issues. For example, we have been going through the process of getting of asking for a partial unitary status. That was something that was unique to us at the time that other districts were not going through. I think that it's not a clear cut and dry, very easy comparison district to district. I know that the FSBA and FADS have both struggled with kind of analyzing attorney costs. So again, I do not have any issue with reviewing our attorney costs, but I think it needs to be done in a manner in which we don't handicap ourselves through the RFP process. I don't believe that it's appropriate for this specific hiring. That's my personal opinion. You may have a different opinion. A community member might have a different opinion. Those are my thoughts regarding that.
Can I respond?
Go ahead.
I want to clarify that the point I'm making is not simply, is it internal or is it external? I'm suggesting that we review overall what we do, the money we're spending, and I'm not suggesting that by having internal, that doesn't mean we're also going to have to go out for other specific services, which most counties that have internal counsel also have to do. There's certain various expertise there's just different things. Even now, with our counsel, we have to go out for other things. So it's not an internal or external conversation. It's what's most cost effective for the district to get the best representation we can.
One point of clarification, Mrs. Zork, may I? Go ahead. Thank you. I see some travel costs that are associated that are on this. I'm going to, for a moment, I can't this information right now in this moment has been prepared by a community member. Again, this isn't a staff report. But just to be clear, can we ask Ms. Augusta, do we pay for her travel to and from her office in Orlando to Indian River County?
Yes.
Go ahead. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. When we negotiated the legal services contract back in 2009, the discussion with the board at that time, which was many years ago, was that we would not charge for the time it takes to get into Indian River County, but that the school board would reimburse for the gas or the mileage cost to get from my office in Orlando to Indian River County.
I just wanted some clarification on time versus that expense. Just some clarification on that.
And if I could clarify that the information that was provided, in addition to that information is also information that I had directly requested, and all of the information that she got from direct public information requests to the district.
Who is she? I'm sorry.
Mrs. Wall.
Okay.
All of her information came from public information requests about expenses that she got directly from the district. How she analyzed it, you know, it was not an internal analysis, but how she analyzed it, but I actually got a lot of her raw data as well.
I just like to say, perhaps because you brought up the point about the RFP process and how it affects this and how it might handicap us, because I don't want that. What I want is a fair understanding of, are we getting the best practices that we can? Are we getting the best services that we can? Are we spending our money wisely? So perhaps I don't need the whole understanding of what the presentation was from the audit committee, because I did read that, I did watch that, I did, you know, I was here for one of those. What I'd like to do is, I didn't understand what you were talking about with what Mr. Carver could give us. That information might be helpful.
May I just
Go
to
ahead.
that point, thank you. So Mr. Carver shared some information about what the RFP process is like and what types of contracted services that we go through the RFP process to procure. I think in getting some training about district budget, there might also be some opportunity to have some more, a deeper understanding of legal services that are, that other districts around the state utilize and how they go about that, and how they go about hiring for that. Again, it varies quite a bit. And I think maybe just being aware of all of our options in analyzing our legal services and the validity of the cost of them would be in the best interest of the school board and our constituents.
Okay, two questions. Mrs. Esplin, could you please forward the presentation that Mr. Carver had given the board? I believe it was around October that he gave the presentation?
Yep.
Oh, was it July? Time goes by. Okay, so you can actually see the workshop, the presentation, and then to make sure that I'm understanding correctly, you're also wanting to have an analysis of how much it costs if we were to bring it in-house, is that correct?
Well, that
the
depends.
legal?
That's not a straightforward question, because it's
Legal
part of a bigger
counsel.
conversation. If we have in-house counsel, what are we paying them? What are they covering? What are we buying? What services does that cover that we're now going out for, or is part of our contract with Ms. DeGresta? Like, it's a bigger question than that.
Okay, the reason I asked that is because when we sent this over to the audit committee, they actually did not look into how much those costs would be. So if that would be the direction of the board to also look at those costs while we're looking into this, that's something that, how would we, I'm looking at you to get advice here. How would we direct that? We have to get back together an audit committee, which we currently do not have.
Correct. The audit committee is composed of one member appointed by each board member. So each school board member would need to appoint their person, if you will, to the audit committee, and then the audit committee could reconvene if you wished for an audit committee to conduct analysis.
Mrs. Reckman? When the audit committee met, and perhaps your memory might be better than mine, did they express, I feel that they expressed, trying to remember, some concern as to their ability not their ability, but their time, right? They're a volunteer group, to their time that they would be able to give to this type of analysis. I do remember that being shared. And also, one further point, along with the cost-benefit analysis of in-house counsel, there are some other more philosophical issues that the board may want to take into consideration when making that type of decision.
That being, could you?
When you have in-house counsel, they're now working within the school district, and there is a certain amount of separation that, as we have a school board attorney that represents the school board, they are not working within the district office. It's a certain amount of separation that you have when you have outside counsel rather than in-house counsel. and it's, there are some challenges that, and I can't specifically speak to them right now, but I do know, and I can provide some challenges some other districts have faced in having in-house counsel.
I feel like that's a whole complete other conversation. You know, the conversation tonight is, if you want to analyze this, we'll have to, you know, the way we did it before is we had the audit committee look at it. Do they have the time to invest? Well, that's a question that you'll have to ask if you have somebody that you want to recommend for the audit committee. Do they have the time to spend to look at this? If it's just on this issue alone right now, I think that would be easy to clarify with them.
So,
Mrs. Rosario and the.
We already had an audit. I mean, I know that we weren't on the board, but it was just very recent. I don't know how my fellow new board members feel, but if we are being asked to review the recommendations from the last audit committee that was presented in July, that's something different. Are we talking about beginning a new audit committee, or are we just simply talking now about moving forward and seeking an RFP
Okay.
for legal counsel?
Let me clarify.
I mean, seeking legal counsel, that's just good business.
So
To
the
put
audit-
out an RFP, I mean,
The-
that's just good business for us to do. We need to get quotes. Anybody would get quotes for anything that they're seeking, I
Okay.
think.
The audit committee had, at the time, the board had directed the audit committee to look at the facts. Should we go out for well, they came back and said,
Right.
you know, RFP, RFQ.
Right. RFP,
They come
RFQ.
back and they said, yes, we do think that you need to do that. The board did not direct the audit committee to look and compare the cost, which was mentioned of in-house. What are the cost comparison if we were to look at bringing in-house counsel?
Do we need an audit committee to do that? Do we really need an entire committee to find out if it's more prudent of us to have in-house or someone who's out? I think we're pretty qualified.
I would just caution.
Please, Dr. Shu.
Just to reiterate for a minute, to go back, the audit committee already specifically said, the committee requests that the school board put out a request for proposal for general counsel services to assure taxpayers that they're getting the best deal for these services, taking into account not only costs, but value of legal advice provided. The audit committee recommends to the School Board of Indian River County that they put a policy in place to periodically put out an RFP for legal services and suggest a review of the current services at least every 3 years. The audit committee recommends that the school board that it requests to the administration to do an analysis of the costs and benefits of having an inside legal counsel versus the current system of contracting outside legal counsel. Like, if that's what we asked an audit committee to do, they already told us what they thought we should do, right? We being the board then, I'm being expansive. But they already said, this is what we think you should do. So now, it seems to me the issue is, are we going to take their advice or not?
Okay. Yeah, follow up?
No, the statute requires us to go through the RFP process for a number of our services. Two of the things that we do not have to do that for, the superintendent and the school board attorney, and there are some reasons for that. Again, Mr. Carver can and probably explain those better than I can. There's a saying, 3 votes beats a good argument any day. And so in this situation, I would suggest that perhaps I bring this up because there may be some unintended consequences in going through the RFP process that my new board members may not have had the benefit of hearing and understanding. I have some personal concerns about going through the RFP process because I believe it doesn't take into consideration some of the important things that need to be taken in consideration in selecting a school board attorney, as well as some other issues about some inability to communicate with current school board attorney during times throughout the RFP process, which was a concern as well. I did not feel that the RFP process was the best way to go about analyzing this. The audit committee did feel that it was. They are not elected school board officials. We are. Again, we can vote to do whatever the majority of the board would like to do. I just think that there are other avenues to go down this road rather than the RFP process.
Okay. I guess we need to know what the other avenues are. Because I think to be respectful to our attorney, to be respectful to our taxpayers and to us, knowing that we need to move forward in the right direction, or we need to verify that the way we're going is the right way.
Okay.
Can I also ask Mrs. Justice to clarify, because you're right, I haven't been through the process, as you maybe have with an RFP or an RFQ, and is the requirement of an RFP that you have to take the lowest bid? If that's true, then otherwise, can you say a little bit more about what you think are the downsides of an RFP process?
I'd like to either refer my fellow board members to the previous workshop where Mr. Carver, where I did in fact ask that question, and Mr. Carver did give that information. And we don't generally have staff come up during discussion, but I'd feel much more comfortable if Mr. Carver could speak to that. This is his personal area of expertise.
Well, what I would like to do is, I'm going to get some direction from the superintendent on this, because I feel like Mr. Carver, he's not prepared tonight. We need to, I know we have an ongoing list, but we need to bring this back during a workshop setting so that he can present, and then we can give you direction tonight on what areas we would like him to present on. I do think what I'm hearing here tonight is, the processes that he recommended, or that purchasing recommended. And then we also need to know what are some other processes that the other districts use? And would he be the one that would do that research and bring it to us, or?
May I make a suggestion? May I?
Mm-hmm.
Through our attendance at FSBA and FADS, through FADS, there are a number of people that would be able to give us some more insight into the practice of legal services that are provided across the state to districts. Would it be appropriate for us to ask to have someone at that workshop who would also be able to kind of give us a deeper, more objective overview of legal services and kind of some of the different practices in districts around the state?
Madam Chair, I propose two actions. One is to ask Mr. Carver to prepare a memo to me that I will distribute to you about his analysis of the RFP versus RFQ process for legal services. If he can give me some bullet points and some background on why he would recommend this over that. And then I'll also reach out to the Florida Association of District School Superintendents to see if they have any white papers or products already outlining the advantages of having in-house legal representation versus external. If anybody's done I am pretty sure there was a district not but a year or two ago that went through this process. So if they did any research, and we can just draw upon that, if someone's already done the legwork, we can get that information and I can just send it to the board.
Mrs. Worth? It was 2015, it was Escambia County, I think is the one you're thinking about. I had that referenced in the documents, but it's a big document to print out. And their conclusion kind of was, it depends. So there's advantages and there's disadvantages. It kind of depends on, as Mrs. Justice says, to some extent, our philosophy towards it, what we want. Because they did look at it. It was 2015, it was a few years ago. But as far as I know, that's the most recent one. That's the one. I've spoken to a few people about it, but I think that's the most recent analysis. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Brevard made the decision a year and a half ago to go to internal counsel, so I don't know if they did any research or studies. We'll reach out to them. St. Lucie did it about 3 or 4 years ago as well. So, we'll just, and I would like to try to gather that information in written form and get it to you, as soon as possible, so that when the next time you meet, you might already have the information rather than have the information presented to you at a workshop or a meeting.
Okay.
Good.
Jeff can do it.
Okay, well, we're a board that can make decisions on changes, so at that time, we can ask Mr. Carver to come up and speak to us if we get that in time for the next meeting. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes, I mostly just want to see us moving forward
Right.
on this. I want to see us doing whatever we need to do to make sure that we are being most effective and
Right.
efficient. So if
So-
there's movement for the moment, we'll go with that.
Right, so I have a lot of questions about it. I know it was something that I had brought up last year, and so it's something that, looking at cost comparison. So I would like to know timeline, if we were to decide to send out for something, or what are we putting ourselves in a timeline, because this is not the time to be changing an attorney at the current moment. So I don't want, again, I don't want the unintended consequences that, we're going through the HR transition, we're going through the finance transition. This is not the time to be going through an attorney transition, but we can put everything in place and get the answers that we need to know. Not saying that we're not gonna do it and it's not gonna, we just don't know, but I'm just cautious on the timeline. I just don't wanna rush it at the moment. Okay?
I don't think we're rushing. I think it's not, this isn't the time, it's this may or may not be the time.
Right.
So let's do the research we need to know to decide what we think as a board is a direction we'd want to move forward.
Okay.
I don't think we know exactly a
Yeah.
timeframe yet.
Exactly. Okay. So we'll need to know the timeframe too.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry, but we don't know a timeframe for if we want to issue an RFP or whatever other options, but the data that you suggested getting, you're not suggesting that that's not, we're still suggesting that Dr. Rendell should get us the memo from Dr. Carver and the
Absolutely,
information from neighboring
absolutely.
counties who just went through the process, correct?
Absolutely.
And do we have a timeframe for that?
As soon as possible. I mean, I don't know that we'll have it by the next board meeting, but if not, very shortly after.
No, and just my concern was if we direct him, I don't want to be tied to having to make the if something come back, because there was mention that, and I don't even know if I should get into this, and I don't know if it's factual or not, that Mrs. DiAgresta would not reapply or submit for that, and I don't want to speak for you, Mrs. DiAgresta, but I just, if that is the case, that's going to be the case, but I just don't want next month to get the resignation from the attorney when we're going through so much.
I think, I can't in any way, shape, or form speak for Ms. DiGresta, and I wouldn't ever presume to do that. I would think, though, and we've had conversations where, I'm cautious, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I respect Ms. DiGresta's professionalism and integrity moving forward. And I respect that she knows, that this is an issue that we just have to look at, and that it is not, we just have to look at, it's just being a responsible board. It's not personal, and I understand your concern completely. I completely understand your concern. And I also respect her professionalism and integrity in the process.
Absolutely.
So,
Mrs. Zork, before we
Yes.
move on to another discussion item, could we please take a break? I'd like to take a break.
Are we finished with this discussion item?
yes.
And I didn't mean to put any words in your mouth, Mrs. DiAgresta, but, I just have to forewarn the board members, once we start moving in action or moving forward on this, there are some consequences that could happen. So I just wanted to put that out there to let you know. At this time, at 8:34, we are going to take a recess, and we will be back at 8:44. There are citizen input. So the next discussion item that we have on the agenda tonight is transportation, item number 6 from Mrs. Rosario. So I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Rosario.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was brought to my attention that October 2018 transportation reporting was inaccurate, once again causing us to anticipate a loss in FEFP funding. An email from a Miss Christy Ham, who is a program specialist at the DOE, submitted a 2018-2019 survey to numbers of base students, weighted ESE students, and the number of buses to our IT department in hopes that they would review this data for accuracy, which, because the numbers were showing a 5% or greater difference between last year's October 2017 and this year's October 2018 survey. Now, you all received as a backup the emails in there, what I'm referring to, rather. The difference in our base students, and from what I understand, these are student riders who are not ESE students, was reported as 8,210 for the prior year, 2017, October 2017, and 5,865 for the current year, October 2018. And those numbers were taken from the email count from the DOE in the email. This shows a difference of 28.64%. This difference was then sent to Ms. Idolette, our Director of Transportation, who then responded that the numbers were correct based on a report called F63499. We were notified by the DOE that we had until December 15th to correct any errors in these numbers. As a result, nothing was corrected. It has been difficult understanding this process, and my main concern was, why are we making so many errors in transportation? How much will this cost us? And when will we start to feel this consequence? Mr. Teskey, our Area Superintendent of Operations, sent an email to all board members updating us on the existing procedures. He included a timeline of what has occurred within the past year and what our action plan is for the future, and he did that at the instruction of Dr. Rendell. While all well and thorough, some questions still remained. For reference, for those who are unsure, there are 4 transportation surveys that are conducted on our behalf 4 times a year. One in August, which is called Survey 1, one in October, Survey 2, one in February, Survey 3, and one in June, which is Summer School or Survey 4. These surveys are taken on student ridership, not membership. Typically, for Survey 2 and Survey 3, which happens during our school year, what this means for us is that bus drivers take attendance of students who ride their bus during that week's period, 1 week period. Students only need to ride the bus from home to school or from school home at least one time during that entire week period. And then that student would be counted as a rider. This number is sent to the DOE, and we are then granted FEFP funds, which we depend on to complete our budget needs accordingly. I called the DOE, and it was confirmed that that they also compared with those numbers that were sent 1 year with the previous year, and the difference or the similarity is then used in a calculation for the total FEFP funds that we would or would not receive. In this case, we are not receiving what we anticipated. October 2018, the survey results from October 2018, according to the Department of Education, are showing a difference of approximately 1,000 base student riders. The impact of the difference will cost us $1,150,000, real time, not in a lag time, but real time, which means this money that we typically get from DOE twice a month will probably begin January 29th or the end of January, in increments and in installments. Now, for Survey 3, which is up and coming in February, if our count is effectively different, where there are no errors, no huge comparisons, nothing that we need to worry about, then we can actually have a chance to reduce this 1,150,000 to half. So we wouldn't need to essentially pay back 1,150,000, which we're not paying back. They don't send you a bill and you don't write a check that says we owe you 1,150,000. They just send you less money. So whatever it is less, that's how they calculated in their installments to us. I say this to say that if our Survey 3 is accurate, essentially the best case scenario, we could essentially lose $575,000 by the end of the year, not $1,150,000. At a time where our trickling budget and the concerns with our fund balance and our negotiations with our IRCEA and CWA and all of these other concerns, facing a budget cut of this amount in transportation is, I'm speechless over it. Again, this is about the third time that I have heard of transportation errors or issues since last spring. I've heard of transportation errors last spring, in the summer, and then now again in the fall. In this email that Mr. Teskey sent us with the plan of more what was done within the last year to address this, where to figure out the concerns with transportation and what the plan is moving forward, you all also have that email, and it was a very thorough email, and I highly appreciate the timeline of it because it gives me a better idea. It gave me a better idea of what has been addressed up until this point. But what I've come to realize is that the action plan at the end of the report moving forward is really the same action plan that was existing prior. So I don't see a difference in how we're going to address this moving forward, especially for our February, which is right around the corner. So then I pulled up the audit report that we received at the end of fiscal year June 30th, 2017. And I believe Mrs., I'm not sure if you all received this in your email. You may have.
What was it?
What is it? Mrs. Esplin, the transportation, did we send this email? Because it was too big to include as a backup?
That's the one that has the confidential information and
Gotcha.
is posted to the site, and everybody was emailed the link.
Okay, perfect. So you all have the link. You were sent the link. Anyway, so I read this. This was an audit that was done, obviously, prior to October 2018. This is a report dated September 2018, but it is for ending the fiscal year June 30th, 2017, so essentially the year prior. So I read through this report. It is a long, long, long audit of our transportation. And what they found were incredible discrepancies between the number of students that were reported to be on buses during survey periods and the number of students who were actually on the buses. And some of the ways that they do that is they go into schools and they verify attendance at schools with attendance of a student on the bus, and then they come back and say, well, that student couldn't have been on the bus that day because the student wasn't in school. Some of the reportings say that principals did not certify end-of-year attendance, so some reports could not be effective, and therefore, long story short, we're losing millions of dollars because of this. At the end of this report, however, there is a recommendation, there are recommendations along the way, and Dr. Rendell actually wrote a follow-up to the Department of Education acknowledging their recommendations. It is at the end. There are some findings that Dr. Rendell acknowledged. Finding 1, student attendance records, he said, "We acknowledge that the test schools did not retain exception reports. We have addressed that and do require teacher completion reports to be on file at each traditional school." Finding 2, ESE and ESOL services at traditional schools. The majority of these findings involve discrepancies in records of services provided to ESE students. In the 2017-2018 school year, we recognize our staffing plan and dedicated a full-time employee at each school to document and verify that each and every ESE student was receiving appropriate services. And of course, you all can read through this. It goes into more detail. There is information here on recommendations for instructional time, recommendations for each of our charter schools as well, and then recommendations, I'm just going to read these 3 here because it has specific information regarding student transportation. This is finding number 1 for July and October ridership survey. The discrepancies noted by the sample survey appear to be a result of incorrect data on ridership reports. This is what I don't understand. How can we still be reporting the wrong numbers? The ridership data did not match student enrollment in focus. There were also examples of incomplete ridership data. We have reviewed the procedures used to populate and record ridership logs and have trained the appropriate personnel to ensure that these records are accurate. And this is finding number 2. Again, I'm just reading Dr. Rendell's response to the DOE. The findings indicate that a lack of support documentation and up-to-date report of hazardous walking conditions, that means those students who are zoned in an area that's considered hazardous, they would receive transportation, but we have to note what those hazardous conditions are, and there's a special, I think it's a special form that needs to be filled out. I'm not sure about that part, but that's what hazardous walking conditions mean. We are in the process of updating our hazardous walking conditions report, which will ensure that the routes and memberships are classified appropriately. 4, each of these, and this is the last one, each of these findings reflect inconsistencies in the record keeping and assignment practices in our transportation department. These range from student ridership discrepancies similar to finding 1, to miscalculation of riders and various categories. We have updated some of our procedures and retained personnel as stated in the response to findings of number 1, and have implemented additional tracking mechanisms in transportation department. We appreciate the time and effort. We have already taken measures to correct the deficiencies that were noted. Okay, so all of this to say that this has been in place, well, Dr. Rendell wrote this letter September 6th. It would have been my hope that October 2018, a month later, we wouldn't have to be here again because these would have been in place. And yet we're still here, losing millions of dollars. So I understand that there was a concern at some point last year where it was identified through the IT department that instead of sending ridership number, we were sending membership number. So our IT department was sending the wrong numbers to the Department of Education, causing us to have these discrepancies in the money. As far as I'm concerned, we shouldn't have these discrepancies at all. We're losing millions of dollars. And I understand that there's $300,000 coming in that seems to offset the million, but I don't see how that's acceptable. We're still losing millions. So I brought this into a discussion because we need to discuss it. My recommendation from here is though the recommendation and action plan that was put in the email seems well and good, I would recommend to change this, that it would reflect exactly what we told the DOE we were going to do. It does not reflect the recommendations from the Department of Ed, and it doesn't reflect the email of the changes that we've actually implemented. And then how are we following up to make sure that these are actually being done? Because they weren't done in October, a month later.
So, I have a question. The action plan, Dr. Rendell, whenever that letter was written on September 6th, who was supposed to work with transportation to make sure the action plan was put in place? Was it your understanding that all these things were taking place?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, the recommendations in the response to the audit report were in place. The October count is accurate. That's what the email states. The October count was accurate. The projection was based on the ridership count that was submitted by the computer back last year. And as you correctly pointed out, the ridership data that was submitted was based on eligible riders, not actual riders. The corrections that we were asked to put in place were to correct actual ridership counts, which is what happened. That's why in the email string you see, the question is, are you going to issue any corrections to the data that was reported in October? And the answer was no, because the data is correct.
So, may I say something? I think the word lose, I'm sorry. I think the word lose is an interesting word, and it's something I think we have to think about. We have projections, and we get funded based on the projection, and then just as we do with FTE and those types of things, and then there are corrections that are made. So our projection was off, our count was correct, but in essence, we get money to serve the students through FTE or through the transportation funding. So if we're not serving students, there's not a cost associated to those students because we are not having to serve those students. So in essence, we are not spending money that we are not being reimbursed for. And I think that's an important point of clarification. This is also a really good time to talk about transportation funding in general. Most districts are funded on average at about 50% or less by the state for transportation costs. This is something that we've talked about putting on our legislative platform before, and I would just like to once again say that whatever funding that we do receive from the state, and obviously our projection did not match with our actual student count, but whatever funding we are receiving isn't meeting but less than 50% of our actual costs associated with transporting those students. Just a clarification on eligible students. Those would be students outside the 2-mile walking period. And when you spoke about hazardous conditions, walking conditions, those would be students within the 2-mile radius of the school that they are zoned for. So that they would then be given, they would be able to submit a waiver. Perhaps they would have to cross a train track or something of that nature that would be considered hazardous for that student. But just an important clarification, and your points are well taken, but just an important clarification on that idea of losing funds. There wasn't a fine, and I think that that's important to note, and there wasn't an additional fine. There was no fine put in place, and again, if there is not a student associated with the cost, we are not incurring a cost that we aren't being reimbursed for.
Okay. To go back to my points earlier, to the fact that we were given a fund balance based on money that's going to have to be paid back. So when we look at the budget, we projected the budget based on what we thought our numbers were going to be, but so we've set our expenses up to our revenues, and if we're not going to be receiving those revenues, and if we're hearing that we actually don't have that amount of students, then that's where I keep asking, where are we going to cut our expenses, because we set those revenues, or the revenues were given to us, and we set our expenses based on our revenues. So that is what I'm hoping that we can get on the 29th also. I believe we did discuss that. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, you know, the withholding of the transportation funds is part of the puzzle to solve as to where the ending fund balance would be. So when we do that presentation on January 29th, we will cover, you know, where the funds lost, so to speak, that we're not going to receive for transportation, how we're going to make that up, and how we try not to have it impact the fund balance.
I'm sorry, I interrupted. So just for understanding, when we're reimbursed for transportation, if we're reimbursed less than 50% of what our actual costs are, in order to pay for the mandated transportation that we have to provide, that would be for students outside of a 2-mile radius of their school, we are funded for less than 50%, but we still have to provide that transportation even though we're not given the money to provide that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the additional funds in order to make up that difference where the state is not fully funding transportation, and we are not unique in this area, this is something that is across that is statewide, those funds come from our general fund, correct?
Every school district in Florida has to supplement their transportation budget with general funds because they do not receive enough from the state to adequately fund transportation.
And I think that's, you know, a very good point to make, but it still has nothing to do with the fact that we set our budget based on projected revenues, and we still have to look at where are we going to make these cuts. And I'm hoping, we've been given the word that that's going to be reviewed on the 29th.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that about the not having a loss, because there is a loss. In 2016-17, we received $3.71 million in transportation funds. In 17-18, we received $3.96 million in funds. This year, it's anticipated that we're only going to receive $2.8 million. So, Madam Chair, the chair is correct in that we are projecting that we're going to get close to $4 million for our budget in this area, and now we're only going to receive $2.8 million. That's a huge difference, huge difference. Again, we come back to this circle of all of the needs that we face, all of the negotiations, all of the, you know, the fund balance issue, the simple balancing your checkbook, you know, and you don't have anything coming in this particular area, it's word for caution. It's a serious issue. And the problem here is not that it's a one-time basis. It's a recurring issue. This is not the first time that this is going on. Now, I don't know if you all know, but there was an audit a couple of, I think in the summer, that we are still, which is what Mrs. Pelletier included in her email there, $600,000 or approximately $600,000. I think it's actually $625. I was researching this so much, I failed to research the other one with enough detail, but there's about $625,000 that still needs to be paid from a previous audit in transportation that still has not been paid. Because the summer months, there's a lag in summer months of payment of whatever is owed during these audits. During the regular school year, it happens live month to month, but during the summer months, because there's a lag, we don't know when that's going to happen, and that's what I'm still trying to figure out. When is this additional $625,000 going to need to be paid or be less from us? Because that's something also that still has to be addressed. It's kind of looming out there.
Can I get some clarification from the superintendent? Because I don't have it in front of me. Maybe Mrs. Rosario, that audit you had, the letter from September 6th where you had your plan of action, Dr. Rendell.
I have it right here.
What audit was that?
This is the State of Florida Auditor General, Indian River County District School Board, full-time equivalent student enrollment and student transportation for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2017.
So was there a dollar amount associated with the errors in this, or is it the 600,000?
I'm not I don't have that in front of me,
Okay.
but I believe that is the audit that resulted in
The 600.
625. Yes, I don't think
So-
there's 3 incidences. I think we're
Right.
talking about 1 and 2.
So that was my understanding, so I wanted to know if I was incorrect
That's
on
how I
that.
remember it, but
Is
I can
that-
clarify that.
That from Julie, that 600 that we have to pay back and actually she said we have to write a check back for that one in August, or
Did she?
I'm sorry, April. Well, if you look at her notes that she sent us, it appears that we have to send a check.
If I may.
Yes.
We also continue down this path of referring to a former employee's information that's being provided, which it has been suggested may not perhaps be accurate, and so in other areas as well. And I would caution that we may be presented with a lot of information by different people, but it may not always be accurate. There's some danger in taking something as fact.
But, sorry, but she was also the person running the finance department since July. So we don't have anybody else's word to take except the person who was running the finance department.
And there are also some.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Mrs. Pelletier is no longer with the school district, and there have been some issues that have been addressed in the past few months that may lead one to question some of the information that has been provided and the accuracy of the information.
At this
Madam Chair,
time.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, may I clarify? She sent this while she was still an employee.
I'm not suggesting that it was.
Okay. If you have a question or comment, please, one at a time. I appreciate if you directed your question or comment to me.
Madam Chair, Mrs. Zork, I'm looking right at you. I understand that in our next board meeting, we're going to get a presentation specifically about this, correct?
Absolutely.
So could we please, in the interest of time and getting to our actual meeting, could we maybe table this until we get more information? I appreciate you bringing this to us. This is a concern. This is a concern because of money. It's a concern because of department failure. So we need to make sure that we're up and it's transparent and it's out there. And I appreciate the fact that you're bringing that for our discussion, so it is out there. But I would really appreciate it if we got that information after this report and this group that came through and gave us accurate information. Because I don't want to work off of hearsay. I want to work off of actual information.
Absolutely. And that's, it was all my intention tonight to call for the moratorium, but given to the fact that we have been given definite word from Mrs. McGarry that she will have that information for us at that meeting on the 29th. I know it's a huge concern, and so I'm putting all the eggs in the basket on the 29th here, Dr. Rundell, that we'll have this information that we need to move forward. But I do want to say that Mrs. Pelletier was a wonderful employee, and she knew she was thrown into a situation that most wouldn't have survived. And at this point, like Dr. Schiff said, this is the only information that we have to go off of. But, so I'm not discounting this at all because I value her professionalism and the information she's given us, and it's very serious of what she has presented to all of us. So I'm not going to discount that in any way because I highly respect Mrs. Pelletier. Mrs. Pelletier. So,
Madam Chair, ma'am,
yes.
I did ask Mrs. Ida Lett to show up tonight to answer any specific questions. Do you or the board have any specific questions you'd like answered tonight or in preparation for the 29th?
Actually, out of respect to time, I'm gonna, Dr. Rundell, do you want to go in that way, or?
Madam Chair, I feel like the discussion had ended on that topic, so I don't necessarily think we need to share any more information at this time.
Mr. Teskey, is it something, because in lieu of time, is it something for clarification that you need?
No, ma'am, I just wanted the board to be aware that she is here in the
Okay.
audience and could answer or substantiate the many questions or comments that were made. If the board chooses to wait till the 29th, we will, but she was here and available.
Okay. What I would suggest, since we are going to be in a workshop setting, is to make sure that she's available for the workshop if we have any questions, but we're trying to not, during our discussion times, not go in that direction.
Yes, ma'am.
Unless there is reason to. So, you okay with that?
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely.
Okay.
This is just discussion, obviously. We're
Okay.
not voting on anything. It was just, we don't get to talk. We don't get to share information on any other occasion. And so this is the atmosphere. This is the session in which we should do that. This is our business
Okay.
meeting, and it's appropriate. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I feel like we've exhausted that topic. We're going to move on to topic discussion number 7. Mrs. Justice, school start time.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Zork. In your backup today, you have a number of different documents. We've had some new board members that have joined us since the last time that we have addressed the topic of school start times. I had the privilege of sitting in on several school start time committee meetings. As a board member, the school start time committee did make recommendations to the board, as the audit committee or other committees that we've discussed have. The school start time made a recommendation to the previous school board, and I'll have Mrs. Esplin make sure to share that workshop with you where you can watch the findings of the school start committee. It's a really varied group of teachers and parents and community members that had some concerns about the early start time of our high schools. There is research to support the idea of a later start time for our high school and middle school students, and that's scientific research that backs that. Districts, surrounding districts and districts across the state have either changed or are grappling with this issue. This is a very student-focused decision that we have the opportunity to make. I recognize that a change in school start times is something that can be difficult and will require change for many of our families. It was also presented to us that the current school start times are not in the best interest of our students, and surrounding districts have seen increases in student achievement, in attendance, drops in discipline by changing their school start times. So as we have a new board, I wanted to share that information with board members so you could review that. And it's my hope that if we don't discuss it tonight, which it's 9:17, and we've this number 7 on our discussion list, it's something that I would hope this board would be willing to talk about in the future. Perhaps at a future workshop, we could once again have, go through the information or at a discussion session and discuss this issue and what is best for students in our district. I welcome any thoughts that anyone might like to share regarding this.
Mrs. Zork?
Yes.
That's right. I'm not sure if this is the time or place to ask for this, but I'd like to see more responses to the survey. I just feel like it wasn't a really great response as far as maybe communicating it again and getting more input. I think would be really, really helpful for us to make a decision, because I did go through and read like a lot of the comments, and I did look at the information and look at the data and the numbers that were produced, and it's not overwhelming to change. So I think, yes, I know change is difficult, and I know that, we got to do what's best for students, absolutely. But we also have to listen to parents, and we need to listen to staff. And I think that we should get input and communicate this out as much as possible so that we get the input we need before we try to throw this onto people in June or July for the school year.
Likewise, I noticed that I have different hats in this. Because as a researcher, I completely agree with you, and I've seen the research that says and as the parent of a teenager, later start times are better for the sleep cycles that teenagers need and all of that. So personally, I agree with you. What I didn't know before I came on the board was I hadn't seen all the data. And I saw some of the comments in there that would not have been my comments, but I'm not the parent of multiple children, I'm not the parent of small children. And so they were, what's the word I want? Counterintuitive to what I would have thought. Because to me, I thought, oh, of course I'd want to start later students or older students later. That made sense based on everything that I know. But I looked at what parents had to say, similar to what Mrs. Barenborg said, because I hadn't seen any of that before. And I saw some of their concerns and thought about the degree to which, on the one hand, it empirically suggests we want to start older students later and teenagers, and on the other hand, the impact that has on families, and that there's significant conflicts in who we serve in this, right? Because of course we want to do what's best for our students, and we also want to do what's best for our families, and the best way to find out what's best for them is to ask them, which is exactly what the survey did. I was one of the parents who filled it out. So in looking at it, I'm not saying we can't revisit it, but even by not a huge margin, parents said, no, we don't really want this because of the impacts it has on our families, which is not what I would have anticipated. But having now seen the data, I'm seeing parents have really good reasons for childcare, for safety reasons, for work-related issues, for so many things that wouldn't necessarily have impacted me and wouldn't be consistent with data I would have looked at. I'm really sympathetic to that in a way I wouldn't have been when first asked the question.
Sure. Mrs. Work, may I? It was really interesting when we started having this discussion, and thank you very much for bringing up the survey, because you're right. It was very interesting. The committee made the recommendation to make the change to the survey, which did not have a fantastic response, to be honest with you, but the survey said, no, we do not want the change. I have, in general, seen that sometimes people who are against something speak out more than people who are for it, so I like to keep that in mind. When we were when discussing this issue, I think it was important to kind of take off my own personal parent hat to kind of be more objective. I have 3 young children. This will drastically affect the way that my family operates, and to be honest with you, in a fairly negative way. I think that I have been trying to look at this from the perspective of what is best for the district as a whole and for our students and student achievement. When I hear high school teachers telling me that they have children sleeping through their first few periods of their classes and don't feel that they are getting the benefit of the education that we are trying to provide for them, that is concerning. When I look at other school districts that have changed their school start times, and there is research to support the fact that there is increased student achievement, a decrease in tardiness, and an increase in attendance, and a decrease in discipline and other issues. Those are all those things that we're working together to try to make happen. Just in the interest of being respectful to teachers and the school start time committee and parents and that feel that this is in the best interest, and science, because I think it's always good if we work on facts, not feelings. It's important in our decision-making process. We have a responsibility as board members to make good policy, and occasionally that means that we have to make hard decisions. This might be one of them, maybe it's not. Again, I said before, 3 votes beats a good argument. So all of the data can support it. If we don't have 3 board members that would like to support moving forward, then it doesn't move forward. I just wanted to bring this up for discussion again and get us thinking about it. Of course, taking into account parent concerns and student concerns. And coach concerns. If you read through the survey, then I would imagine you also read through the school start time committee report. Is that correct? And all of those things, were addressed. And that school start time committee, certainly, if you can go back and watch the workshop, or maybe speak to any of the school start time committee members. There's a listing of that as well. Mrs. Cannon was on that committee. They might be able to give some insight to you.
I would like to, because I was a candidate at the time who was participating in some of those meetings, and then got on the board and it was brought to the board. I feel like we've exhausted this topic. I thought it was something that we've put behind us. And Dr. Rendell, if you could remind me, it was a handful of people. How did we come about? Because there was a lot of time and resources that our staff put into this. And can you remind us how we came about to even do this committee?
Yeah, several community members asked us to look into the possibility of changing the start times based on the research. And so we formed a committee, and the committee met several times. Dr. Fritz actually was convening the committee and leading that work. And at the result of the committee's work, they came up with a suggestion to change start times. Elementary was actually put in the first slot, then high schools and then middle schools, and you have the information in your backup. And so then we did a survey to see what kind of feedback we got from the community. The feedback from the community was not in favor of making the changes. There wasn't a large gap in favor or against, but it was slightly more against than for the change. And so we brought that information to the board at the time in a workshop, and the board did not want to pursue exploring it any further. There were plenty of people in favor of it, just as there were plenty of people not in favor of it. You know, the research for the older children, well, not children, but the older students, is clear that they do better starting school later. But the logistics of having the younger students start earlier than the older students does present supervision problems in the afternoon for families that, you know, are working families. There's no older kid to watch the younger kid. I mean, there are pros and cons to both, so that's why it was mixed.
Mrs. Ork, may I?
I'm going to follow up. There was a lot of safety concerns. So, you know, based on research, academically, maybe it might look like the smart thing to do, but when you look at safety, you know, one of the areas that I was concerned about putting our elementary out at the school bus stop when it was still dark. That is something I could not overcome, because we know, 63% of our students are in the lower income, so that means there might be only one parent in the household, and so a lot of these students will be at the bus stop by themselves early in the morning, and that is not something, to me, as a board member, when I looked at this, I had to look at safety over academics. So.
If I could, I think that is so valid and important. And as a mom of 3 young children that do ride the school bus every day, that was something that was absolutely of concern. I would imagine that if we do have elementary school age children waiting for the bus, that they're going to have some type of supervision if you have kindergarten, first grade, second grade. Granted, there are districts that have changed and that have gone through some different ways of getting the community to help them with supervision at bus stops, as well as some changes to bus stops and bus stop lighting and those things. I think it is valid and important, and I do hear you and understand that. This will not be a simple or easy topic to tackle as a school board, but I do think that with student achievement being something that we're all working towards, it may be something that may be in the best interest of our students. It doesn't mean that we won't receive a number of emails or concerns from constituents and parents and those things, and it's just something we have to work through. Again, just something I wanted to bring up for discussion. I alone do not make this decision. As Mrs. Ork said before, this is a board, a working board, and we work through consensus. So,
Did you have a comment?
I've had a comment.
Okay.
In a question like this, the researcher in me does battle with the parent and the responsive school board member in me, because the researcher in me completely agrees with you. But the person who was elected to serve a constituency has to argue in favor of the constituency, even though the researcher in me agrees that it might be better a different way. So I don't need to belabor it, but yeah.
Mrs.
I'm sorry. And there may be a middle ground somewhere. Again, relying on research, there may be districts who have found a solution to this in ways that we haven't explored simply through our own study. So that might be something moving forward.
Mrs. Rosario?
I don't know if I would have a preference either way at this point. This was a survey that was done in 2017. We are now in 2019. So in 2 years, lots of change can happen. I'm certainly open to having further discussions about it, maybe looking at, updated research. It doesn't mean that we have to make a decision now. It doesn't even mean that we are going to move in this direction. It's just Mrs. Justice is suggesting that we have conversation, and I appreciate it, and I'm interested in having further conversation. But I do read the comments, and I do note that a large majority of people, as it was 2 years ago, could not find this schedule accommodating for their job hours, for their schedule, and certainly not safe for my children. So I recognize all of that. I'm not ignoring any of the comments here. I'm just interested in having, some more conversation. So thank you for bringing this up.
So my comment that I would like to say is, we have so many issues right now that we're, very timely issues that we're dealing with. To put staff on trying to plan and put together backup information and all this information for the START committee, or, that was all the information that was compiled in the past, and what did the board say and all that. I just think it depletes our resources of where we really need to be focusing, and I feel like our finance situation should be our number one focus right now. And it's not that I don't agree that we can bring it back. I just don't think this is the time for us to deplete our resources with staff and our energy, because we have a lot that is on our plate right now with focusing on this, on the finances. Go ahead.
It's my personal opinion that all decisions that we make should be student-focused decisions. And as we continue to work through some of the different financial issues that we have, I think we continue moving forward to talk about student achievement and ways to increase student achievement and do right by our students. Again, this is a discussion. I'm bringing this up for discussion because, as Dr. Rendell did say in the survey, there wasn't a huge discrepancy between those who didn't like it and those who did. It wasn't that it was 80-20. It wasn't like that. So I think when we talk about constituency, there is a group of people that would like to see this happen. And again, I don't think it happens overnight. I think what I really came away from at the last time was it was something that maybe we could do in the future, and I think we just have to continue talking about it, informing our community, and really seeing, again, what constituents want and what's best for our students. So I'm not looking for immediate action, But I am wanting to let the community know, and those constituents that did want the change, that I'm listening and I'm aware, and I do know that the research supports the change.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to dress code. Mrs. Justice,
Thank you.
discussion number 8.
Thank you, Mrs. Zork. I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware that our Positive Climate and Discipline Advisory Team will begin meeting again. This was kind of a controversial issue last year. In our Code of Conduct, there were some changes made to the dress code regarding what students could wear, and T-shirts with graphics on them. And at the end of last year, in the summer, actually, I did ask for a moratorium on the enforcement. And I don't know, moratorium's in my head right now, so I'm saying that, but I think it was, I forget what the word was that we used, but to wait on the enforcement of that. But that language still does exist in our Code of Conduct, so if that's something that we want to do away with, that will be a board decision. But this committee will begin meeting again, and there is some information on our website. I've shared some information on my Facebook page about how you can become a member of this committee, also a listing of the dates. Just wanted to have a discussion with my fellow board members about the dress code and about some observations that I've had about that specific T-shirt issue, which doesn't seem to have been much of an issue. I've spoken with some principals and some different people. It doesn't seem to have been it doesn't seem to have caused a lot of issues this year. As we move forward, and we will at some point adopt a code of conduct, I just want to, again, start this conversation about this and make sure that, if there are people who the board members want to have on this committee or think that they remember last year that someone was interested, that you reach out to them and you ask them to be a part of it. We want as much input as possible.
I remember that meeting, and I think you did use moratorium.
Abatement.
Abatement.
That's what we
Abatement.
came to, right?
And so at the end of that meeting, I believe the consensus was that the code of conduct that was already approved would be put on hold until a certain time, until this entire year went through, and then that same code of conduct, dress code, whatever it was, that was already approved would just be in effect essentially. That we were giving parents a chance, and a year chance to understand what the new dress code policy was. So that's what I understood. I may have remembered it wrong, but from being a member in the audience, that's what I remember. And so with that, if I'm wrong, I'm sure
No,
I'll
you're
hear
right.
somebody correcting, but if I'm correct, then there is really no change. Then essentially, it is just going to take effect. We just need to allow Dr. Rendell to have time to remind parents, once again, what the new dress code policy is before the end of the school year.
Mrs. Berenborg?
Yes, I spoke to this matter
And then-
as a citizen and a concerned citizen about the timing of this. And I think it's great that you're bringing this up now, because it was something that I've been thinking about, that what point of the year do we need to start communicating this? Because it was, in some people's minds, it was a last-minute decision. And I know this board had been working on this or the committee had been working on this for a while. I just think it was a communication issue of more than, probably wasn't foreseen that you were going to be delayed. I know there was a delay in something that happened. So I think that put you behind the 8 ball as far as communicating to the public. Because there were several people that came to me or when I'm knocking on doors and talking to people that were concerned that all of a sudden this was coming up and, they're just purchasing clothes for school, and that was the concern, was the timing. Not so much they were against it. Some people, of course, were against a lot of some of the items that were in there. But for the most part, what I heard over and over again was the timing of the communication. So if we can keep bringing this up and talking about it, I don't think it was something that was automatically going to go through. I think it was something that as we adopt a code of conduct, this is part of that discussion, correct? Okay.
Then, Dr. Sir.
So as somebody who sat at every meeting of that committee last year, to clarify, the code of conduct was adopted. The only thing, the code of conduct we have this year is a reflection of that committee last year. The only thing that was held in abeyance was the dress code issue. Yes, part of the issue was timing and when things happened. For anyone who is interested in getting involved in school district committees, this one is fascinating, to say the least. And it's time-consuming, but it's time-consuming, it's interesting, it gives you huge insight into the district and the functioning of the district, and it's very time-consuming. So be prepared for that, but it's worth it. It doesn't mean you have to run for school board when you're done. Point of clarification, Ms. DeGresta. There was an issue that came up in this, whether or not school board members could attend those meetings. Could you clarify that for me? Attend, not participate.
Yes, ma'am. There is a specific board policy that speaks to board members attending advisory committees, if you will. And it's certainly permissible for elected school board members to attend advisory committee meetings. I'm not going to be able to quote the language for you, but the language essentially says you may certainly attend and listen, but you may not actively participate in the work of the committee. That's not the words used in the policy, but that's the intent, is absolutely attend and listen in if you desire, but to not otherwise participate in the committee.
And we could, as Mrs. Berenborg is suggesting, do something, and I don't know what that looks like right now, but to be apprised of the progress of the committee in some way, perhaps. more consistently, so it doesn't come up as a last-minute thing. And I won't go into the details of how and why that happened last year, but there were some important reasons why that had to be delayed. And it would not have been appropriate to have brought that to the school board sooner than it happened.
So it was a very contentious issue to bring forward, and the timing did not help at all. I think what I learned as a board member was to make sure that we had more input, and because we had individuals that were interested in the code of conduct and that aspect, and then out of that grew the dress code for the district, or for the remaining schools that didn't have the dress code. What I was thinking that was going to be suggested tonight, and it was something that I was wanting to bring up at our first organizational meeting, but it was just too much going on, was just like we did with our early start time committee, I really feel like it would be very wise for us to have a standalone within the code of conduct, but a standalone group of individuals that really tackle any dress code changes if it's going to be proposed to the board, and then put that into the code of conduct, because there's a lot of people that want to be involved in that.
Madam Chair, may I? I thought that they already approved of a dress code.
Okay,
I'm
so
confused because I remember the dress code was approved, and the very
Absolutely.
next day or the very next meeting, the abatement was put on it, but it had already been approved.
So, Dr. Rendell, correct me and help me through this. Every year, the Code of Conduct Committee meets,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
they review what our Code of Conduct is, and they look at, is it working, is it not working, are there any changes that need to be made? And typically, those changes are brought to us in about April. Is that right?
Right here.
Timeline is on
Okay,
the backup.
okay. So we're gonna get recommendations from the Code of Conduct Committee, and in that is part of the dress code. And I know parents last year wanted to be more involved in making that dress code, and we told them then that this is your time to get involved, and this is your time to speak out and let us know what you want. And so it's what my recommendation would be to have go ahead, Dr. Rendell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're both right. The changes to the dress code were approved and then held in abeyance, or so to speak, to become effective in the 1920 school year. So if the Positive Climate Code of Student Conduct Committee doesn't recommend any changes to the dress code, then that dress code that was approved by the board last summer will be in effect for the 1920 school year. However, the committee could recommend
Some changes.
some changes to repeal the changes, to make it even, uniforms for the high school so
There was that suggestion.
more changes could be coming, up or down.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So what I'm going to ask, though, is that as this committee works through, maybe that's the first thing they can tackle, since it was one of those last-minute things that people were upset that the communication was a little too late. So if that could be one of the first things that they tackle, and we at least communicate it out there that it's a possibility that we're going to be voting on it, that allows the public to have that information, so that they're against it, they can come speak. If they want to send us emails about, yay, you're doing this, that would be great. I just feel like that should be forefront, so that we don't wind up in the same situation as last year. Again, maybe if they say, yep, we want to do it, that's fine, but I think we need to put out what that dress code is as soon as possible, because I think parents sometimes don't pay attention to those things. Like you said before, sometimes you hear from people that are upset more than you hear from people that are happy, but I also think that sometimes people think that they're happy until all of a sudden, something changed and I didn't like it, and it's too late. So that's why I'm asking that that maybe be the first thing that they tackle.
I'd like to just say thank you to my board members for speaking about these two issues. I know it is late and we have yet to tackle our business meeting items. However, these are decisions that affect our students and our families, so thank you for discussing them at this late hour. And I do agree with Mrs. Berenborg. I think that the more communication we have and the more proactive we can be on these issues in order to be sensitive to the needs of our parents and our students, the better off the district will be. It affects the culture and the climate of our district.
Wrap up comments.
Yeah,
Right here. Hold on. Right. Dr. Schiff was, then we'll go down the line.
I'm just not sure we can tell the committee how to do their work. So I just want to clarify, we can say this was an outstanding issue, but I'm not sure that it's our job to tell them what they should tackle, how and when. I think that inserts us a little too much into the process. I could be wrong about that.
Hold on.
I want to speak to that. I'm asking that we suggest that. I didn't say we can mandate it. What I'm saying is I think we should suggest that because, again, we're going to put ourselves in that position where we're having to tackle this in June, and then we have parents upset with us. So I'm just asking, could the committee maybe take that as a suggestion, that we put that forward so that we are communicating out to the public and we're not surprising anybody?
That would go to Dr. Torres Martinez, who heads that committee, would be a suggestion to her.
Okay. At the time that we set this aside, this dress code, we did tell our community that we would take input and comment whenever the new Code of Conduct Committee met. So we've already given our word to the community that this was going to be the time to address any changes that need to come forward. So we have to direct.
Well, we could take input.
Yeah,
but
we have to
that's
allow
different than
for.
What I
Okay,
heard Mrs.
okay.
Berenborg saying.
Linda.
so before Mrs. Berenborg made her comment, I circled May 31st on this timeline here because I think it's very important. I am in complete agreement that we need to start having these discussions about dress code, at least, at the minimum, as soon as possible, maybe not in May. Certainly, I wouldn't suggest it for April, because we're talking about, you know, if there are, or maybe not. I mean, there may not be any changes. But to start seeing what is happening with it, is it changing, is it not changing? The issue that we faced last year was that we waited up until the very last day, and then the community was in an uproar because it was too late in the year. At that point, May 31st, we're ending the school year already. I mean, it's really, parents, we're going to be in the same boat that we were last year. So we need to suggest and recommend to this advisory committee to please take a look at the dress code, which has already been done the year before. So now essentially they're maybe just reviewing or revising or, you know, taking a look at it again. But otherwise, it's not like they're starting from scratch because, you know, it's been on hold essentially for a whole year. I'm not suggesting that we give mandates or, you know, I'm just suggesting that what Mrs. Berenborg is saying is that it is important for us to hear from the committee on their communications regarding the dress code so that we can let our community know way before May.
Okay, well, it's not May that we're looking at. If we look at this timeline, the committee will have already finalized their work and they'll present it to the board on March 26th in a workshop. And then we have to go through the process of April 9th to go through a public hearing on what was recommended. So we're talking about, this is gonna have to happen between now and March 7th, basically, this work. So definitely we need to get the word out. So, all right, thank you for bringing that up, even though you're gonna bring it up on the 12th, this is timely. We're gonna move on to 9. Discussion 9 is our last discussion on the agenda tonight. And it's Mrs. Berenborg, you had score discrepancies that you wanted to talk about?
Yes, I know that we talk about the fact that, you know, we ask staff to prepare information for us so that we have the facts. And as board members, you know that you can go on to the DOE website and pull data any way you want. I know we have a system called Unify that I'm very familiar with. I use it all the time to access curriculum, unit assessments, things like that, in the county that I'm a teacher. However, when I went on to Unify and tried to get on there to see information, I didn't have access to it as a board member. So I've inquired about that as to whether or not we can have access to that, because you can pull, and they have different ways that they can put it on there, so we're not pulling individual student name data, but we can pull data so that we can see cell by cells, we can see grades, we can see all that stuff. So because I didn't have that access, I did ask for staff to put together some information for me, but I didn't get it until right before the meeting, so I couldn't make copies for you all. But I wanted to verify this district fact sheet that went out, and also the concern that Mrs. Wall had about the discrepancies. And so what I did is I looked very quickly before the meeting, just at those cells, and the report I got back from staff verifies what she's saying, that at 3rd grade ELA, we put down in the district fact sheet, which I think you have the fact sheet, that it was 56% in 2017-18, that 3rd grade was proficient, and that is exactly what the staff gave me. And she verified that that's true. So then in 5th grade, she said it's reported here, it's 55%. She's saying it's 52%. And the information that I got for 5th grade ELA from staff is 52%. Going into 8th grade.
Madam Chair, may I just ask Mrs. Berenborg to just real quick go to 3rd grade and just give me that number again, 3rd, and, because I just missed the number. Is that okay?
It's 56. It was the same.
56.
Okay, thank
It's
you.
accurate. Okay, so 5th grade was 52. 8th grade is 55. And 10th grade is 51. Okay, so I haven't had an opportunity to discuss this with Dr. Rendell. I just got this information. And I did ask staff for this, otherwise I would have pulled it up myself and looked at it had I had the time to do that through the DOE's website. I don't know why the district fact sheet is different than what the information is I got from staff today, but I just like, maybe you can explain why that's different.
The same district staff that provided you that data prepared the district fact sheet. So they're going to have to explain why the data is different.
So I guess the question that I have, Madam Chair, can I respond to that? So I guess the question is, who's verifying these numbers and who's double checking so that when we send out something to the public, it's accurate?
Yeah, I would imagine the C&I department is reviewing the data that's on the district fact sheet. I mean, you know, that's the department that put that together. Testing and accountability is part of that department.
So it's okay that we're putting these numbers out and they
No,
don't
ma'am,
match?
it's not okay that
Okay.
we're putting those numbers out. I will go and find out why there's a
Okay.
discrepancy in the numbers.
That's what I like. I like to find that out, because I know we want to be transparent, we want to be out there, we want to be factual with all this, and, you know, it all falls to you. So if it's coming, yes, it does. So if it's coming through that, you know, we're putting information out there and we're standing behind it, and it's not the accurate information, I just want to make sure that we have a check and balance, that we're verifying that this information is accurate. And maybe what I got today is not what it is. I mean, normally I would take the data and I would go back into Unify, or I would go to the state DOE and I'd verify these. And it's easy to do, it just takes a little bit of time. But seeing that I didn't have that time, I'm going on what the staff gave me today, and I'm looking at that information, and I'm looking at the information that we got from a citizen that matches.
Correct, and it could be how the information, what you requested, what you asked for. Is it matched student data? Is it students overall? So I don't know exactly what you asked for. I don't know what database everything was pulled from, so we'll have to.
Okay, so what it says here is percent proficient ELA. That's what I asked for, so that's what I got.
Okay.
And, you know, I don't want to put you on the spot about this, but I do, because I think that we need to, when we put information out, we need to make sure that it's accurate, that's all.
Don't disagree.
And all the other cells, I guess, are accurate. I don't know, because I haven't had the chance to dig into the data. And I'd also like to know whether or not we can have access to Unify as a board member, maybe whatever access it takes, just so we can go in there and look for ourselves. And same thing with unit tests. I want to know our progress of how we're doing this year, so that we can look at, hey, how are we doing compared to last year on our unit tests? And are we making that prediction that we're going to hit where we need to be? And I don't know if that's like in a workshop where we have staff that talks about that, or whether or not we can actually look at that.
Typically, that would be in a workshop format, yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I know I look at that data monthly. So I really, as a board member, want to be able to look at that data, the unit tests. I look at them every single time we take unit tests in my school that I'm responsible for. I am looking at those unit test scores and digging down, of course, to the student level, but I don't think we should be able to do that. I think we should maybe dig down to the school level to see, okay, where are we and are we on track? Not that we're managing the school district, but I also think we're the check and balance, and we need to be the check and balance.
Dr. Shu? Somebody had a
It was just quick, I think you answered it. You haven't gone through, you don't know if there were discrepancies.
No, I just went to the ones that were in question.
Confirmed or not.
No.
The other, okay, thanks. And are you going to be able to give us that information? The
Sure.
stuff that you got?
Sure. I will give it to Ms. Esplin to
Yeah.
make copies.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
It looks like Ms. Dampier has a
Oh.
comment on that.
Can you speak up?
I'm not aware of a data that was given out from our department today, so I guess that's why yeah, I have that, but the other data that you were speaking on.
I'll get you a copy,
And I don't
too.
know who gave that to you, because I wasn't aware of it, because the data fact sheet came from Chris Taylor, who's here and who can speak on that. So I'm just, you know, we just want to make sure that the data, whatever, who gave you that data, so we can.
Okay, I'm going to refer to Ms. Esplin, because I asked her to get the data for me.
Chris? Do you want to speak on?
Well, actually, we've not been having staff come up at this time, because I don't know if he has, are you prepared? That's a yes or no? For clarification.
Yes.
Sorry.
So
do you
I'm
want-
not sure what kind of data, so what I will have to do is take it back and kind of review it. That way we can come back and give you a better answer.
Just from looking down here, it looks like it's the data that was given to us around the time that all the scores were released in July. It looks that the data sheet.
So I'll have to go back and kind of double check, so that if you want to meet, we can sit down and
I have that for
have
you
a
to make
conversation,
copies.
so.
Okay, all right. So that's, if you'll follow up to let us know where
Absolutely.
the discrepancies are.
Sure.
Okay?
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So that exhausts all our board discussion items. Unless anybody else has any more. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna. So now we are going to move back to our agenda and our consent agenda. So I'm going to call for a motion to accept the consent agenda as approved, but with pulling B2 for action.
And also the minutes amended?
And the minutes were, yes.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Okay, so we're on to action, but before we actually get into action item A, I'm going to refer to Mrs. Berenborg for consent B2, since you had requested to pull that item.
Yeah, as I meet with Dr. Rendell every Monday, as we can meet every Monday, when I get the board agenda, I specifically question personnel changes with respect to separations. I have a concern as an educator, as a teacher, as a former principal that was looking desperately for really good quality people, investing a lot of time and money into preparing them for what they do and supporting them and getting them all the way to that point. I want to know why. And I know with personnel matters, we can't be as transparent as we want to be because they are personnel matters. They are specific to that person's needs. However, that's not what I asked for. What I asked for is, was it a personnel issue? Was it a conflict with the administrator, or was it, another issue? So I appreciate you being forthcoming in some of the information I know you gave us today. But my concern is on Friday when we pick up my book, I had 8 people listed, and now there are 16 people on here. So I'm wondering how we all of a sudden had 8 people from Friday until today that are on this instructional separations list.
I think I need clarification because it's my understanding the agenda is posted on Tuesday, and there's a copy made and put in our box, and then there's an amendment that comes out on Fridays.
Okay, so it's from Tuesday to Friday, I guess is my question.
So I need to make sure that I'm not missing something that was released after Friday.
Was this given to us like Friday night?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I got my book Friday afternoon.
Okay.
So again, I didn't get to
Okay.
pull it because yesterday I could not be here to get this out of my box because we had that event last night. So then I'm looking at, okay, I got it this morning. That's my issue. But my concern is that we went from 8 people to 16 people, so I didn't get an opportunity to talk to you about concerns about why we have resignations or separations, especially when I start to see patterns in schools. So I want to know basically maybe how we could improve this so that we, as a board, if I'm being asked to vote on this, I kind of want to know why I'm voting on it.
Dr. Rendell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Previous board, one of the board members asked for a list of all the separations and a reason next to the name. We can absolutely provide you with that if we are given a reason. Sometimes it's a resignation, says personal reason, and that's all we list.
I get that, and I know that we can't have, sorry, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I get that we can't know everything, and we can't, this is personal, private stuff, some of it. But, if there's something going on or a pattern, I think we should note that. And especially when we're in need of good, high-quality employees and investing time and money into making sure that they're, getting what they need to be successful.
Right.
I also know it doesn't always work out, believe me, I know that. So we need to make sure that we're informed, I think, as a board before we take action on these things.
At one time, we did talk about surveys, exit surveys.
interviews.
We do the exit surveys, we do.
Were you aware of the exit surveys that,
Yeah, I took one when I left the district 15 years ago.
okay. So is that type of information available? if
We
she
can make
wanted
that
to
available.
Look at that?
I was going to ask about the exit interviews as well. I counted on here, we have 16, there were 8 resignations of instructional separation, just resignations alone. On the other page, we have 8 resignations of support staff and 2 resignations of administrative staff. That's 18 resignations in 1-month period since our last meeting. That's a lot of resignations. And so I am extremely interested in seeing what those exit interviews say, and how we can possibly receive those on a regular basis. I don't know if it's possible for us to get them before they come to the board for approval, just so that we have some, let me not speak for the rest of the board, just so that I have an understanding of why we are losing so many people. There may be, I'm not counting those who are retired or going into, or who are transferring. This is simply just the resignations. There is no indication here as to why they are resigning mid-year. That's a cause for concern for me, and we are in the education business. It's not typical to lose that many people in January.
It's mid-year. A lot of them waited till the December holiday to leave.
I'd still like to see the interviews,
Sure.
if possible.
Similar with getting data, can we get information, probably not monthly, maybe quarterly, on, specific to school? So not just specific to action or person, but we can start seeing if there are trends in particular schools or departments.
Yes, we can do that.
Dr. Rendell?
And I leave it to my board member, do you want it monthly, do you want it quarterly, do you want it semi-annually? I think monthly is hard to track. I think we want a long, like quarterly maybe, but you can start to see more patterns.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
So could I request then that starting in the quarter that, ends March 31st, that we get that information for January to March?
My question to Dr. Rendell.
Is that a consensus of the board, Madam Chair?
My question to you would be, do we have a staff member in place that could pull this information, or would that be the person that you're looking at?
It would be an additional responsibility for someone already on staff, probably.
Okay, so I think that it's valuable information. I'm just looking at, is it gonna be the new director of HR, or in HR, the employee relations person? Or is it gonna be someone that have currently?
May
For
I?
which data?
For this right
For the
here.
reasons why people are
This-
leaving, for the exit data,
May
or
I?
for the, what
Just-
school are they coming from data?
This typically is the type of information that we would have gotten from our assistant superintendent of HR. So if we go to reorganization, I'm just trying to think who are we gonna have that supplies us with that? But that is something Dr. Rendell can work out.
Yeah, Madam Chair, may I? The exit interviews are already being conducted. Dr. Rendell, who are conducting these exit interviews now as it stands?
We use a third-party company to do that.
And are they done, like email? How is
Electronically and over the phone,
electronic?
on how they respond.
So this third company, do they generate reports for you?
They do.
So can we just get that report?
Yes, you can.
Then we wouldn't need a particular person to go through it. We're just going to receive.
Somebody would have to collate those and send them to you. You know, we get them periodically, and I would imagine somebody would have to do some manual task of collecting them and sending them to you guys.
So when they send them to you, is it sent by chart, or all of the surveys are sent as like narrative form, question 1, question 2, and teachers are typing in their answers?
The latter.
So would this fall under a human relations?
Those
Or,
reports are sent to the Executive Director of Human Resources right now.
okay, so right now, the Director of Human Resources would be able to figure out how to handle something like this, is that?
Correct.
Okay. So it's not a new position that we're considering?
No, but these will be additional job responsibilities. I just want to make sure we've got consensus from the board for a quarterly report.
One more question, if I may, please. It's related. On occasion, we wouldn't have 16 resignations. or in this case, 16 separations, we may just have 4, so it might not be so drastic.
Correct.
But with regard to consensus, to give you direction, I would ask the board members to also clarify, are we asking Dr. Rendell to provide us with this information for only resignations or for everybody who is leaving? I would request for just resignations, because everyone else is leaving because they're retiring, or, we know what their separation is. It's those that we do not know, so that would be my recommendation.
All right, well, I think he said that he can pull this, and resignations is something that it seems like it's a consensus. And then March, to have it presented to us, or given, not presented, our workshops are full, but given to us in March, Dr. Rendell.
Got it.
I think it's possible that, I agree about the resignation, but retirement may not be as straightforward as it looks. We don't know who's going into early retirement and why. It may be a form of resignation. It may be that retirement may be an important issue as well. It also may track trends in just knowing what's going on at schools and who's retiring.
So you
and
want
what kind of-
retirement too?
Yeah. Yes, please. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So, it sounds like it's just a matter of pulling the boxes to pull the report, so, all right. Got that?
Is that a consensus?
Sounds like it.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Well, since this got moved to action, shouldn't we vote on this?
I do apologize it is so late, but there is a point of clarification that I wanted to bring up that was brought up during citizen input. I would like to know if Dr. Rendell or Mrs. Dampier, anyone had any information on clarifying on filling a teacher position, or are we just gonna separate the kids and put them in the classrooms based on citizen input? Dr. Rendell, I've not ever heard of not trying to fill a position and keeping it. And, there's always the first, but separating kids and putting them into separate classrooms is always a temporary solution. Can you speak to that?
It may be a temporary solution, it may not be. I'm not aware of the plan in this situation. If the grade level has small enough classes that that's not going to violate class size, they may just absorb those kids into other rooms rather than look for a new teacher in the middle of the year. But I'm not sure of the situation.
Okay. Can you just follow up with me?
Yes, we'll
if
find
the
out.
other board members aren't?
Yes.
He can forward that information out to all of us so that we just know. And then second, what's the process? Do we not meet with teachers do we just let them go under that temporary probation period, or do we meet with them and try a workout plan, or? I don't know.
The dismissal under the probationary period is a dismissal without cause. Ms. DeGresta, anything you want to add to that?
Madam Chair.
Mhm.
If you remember back in 2011, when the legislators created this annual contract for teachers, the first year of an annual contract for a teacher is a full year of a probationary period. And what the law tells us is either side to the employment, either on the school board side or on the employee side, either party to the employment has the ability to terminate that employment without cause, and there is no penalty. Years ago, if a teacher attempted to leave employment with the school board in the middle of the school year, there was a possible sanction against the teacher's license. All of that language is taken away, and so during that first probationary one-year period, either side to the arrangement could terminate employment without cause, and the person simply goes on to other employment. So no reason is given, because that's a cause termination if you're giving a reason to terminate someone. So this was just without cause.
But I just wouldn't think that we would terminate a teaching position with a teacher without, and I'm not asking for details, but I would think that there's a process in place that we don't just terminate a teacher halfway through the year, that the principal has met with or spoke with or counseled with that individual in areas that might not be working, and it's hard. What we heard tonight, it was a surprise, so I'm just trying to clarify, was there any, not in this situation, but typically, are there processes in place?
Typically, there are conversations that are had before something like that happens.
And we got some documentation about that. Did you see that? Did you check your email?
Every day. Yeah. When did you get it? Okay.
Late this afternoon, I think.
Oh, okay. No, I did not get it then. I did not get any documentation today. Go ahead.
I'd like to move forward with the action item if we could,
Yeah.
please.
I just, based on the timing and not having any information, it's just, I appreciate you coming and speaking, but this is something that I wish could have been brought to me, so I had my research and stuff ahead of time, so anyways.
Adam, again, if we're given maybe exit interviews, we will have more insight before, the night of the meeting.
Okay. All right. So, at this time, I need a motion to approve consent to B2, which is now action, on the action agenda.
I'll move.
I need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, 5-0. All right, thank you. Okay, we're moving on to action item A, approval to renew agreement for 15-0-2018 JC request for proposal RFP for lawn maintenance district-wide. Dr. Rundell, would you like to present this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In action item A, we are requesting approval to renew an agreement for a period of 1 year with Brightview Landscaping Services Incorporated. This agreement includes all labor, supervision, equipment, machinery, tools, materials, transportation, and services necessary for grounds maintenance to all locations within the district. The estimated annual expenditure is $576,000. All prices, terms, and conditions shall remain the same. The new contract period is February 26, 2019 through February 27, 2020. This is one of the few outsourced services that we have in our district. This is something that the previous board asked the audit committee to look at. The audit committee did take a look at this as to whether this was a good use of our money, and found out that it was a good use of the money. That for us to do this in-house would cost considerably more than outsourcing it. This particular contract with Brightview has provided us the best service we have ever received from an outside agency for lawn maintenance. They do all of the cutting and trimming and everything on the weekends, so it does not impact students' delivery of instruction and student day. And it's actually cheaper by having it on the weekend. We have not had any issues with this vendor since we have worked with them. The previous district contract that we had with another vendor, we had to terminate because they had violated the conditions of the Jessica Lunsford Act. So we're asking for approval to renew this contract with them for another year.
Okay, so at this time, is there a motion?
Madam Chair, May I ask Dr. Rendell a question?
When we get into discussion.
So moved.
Second.
Now you can discuss.
Okay.
Dr. Rendell, did we find out if there were bids, irregardless of, just because this is a, renewal of a contract, did we find out if we did that indeed?
So in your backup, there are bid documents from last year's bidding process. We did not put this out for bid again. Mr. Teskey or Mr. Michael can speak to that. This is typically, if we have a really good contract and we're really satisfied with our services, we don't always go out for a new RFP, RFQ, or bid process. This was, the best service we've ever received, and we just wanted to renew the agreement.
Okay, so I'm going to make my comment, and typically I would, but this is one of those areas that the contract, February 26th, it expires, and we are tying ourselves into a contract until February 27, 2020. Based on the fact of the information that we know of all the unknowns, if we have to look at, if it comes down to, do we have to cut expenses? Do we cut, no pun intended, do we cut from lawn service? Now, I know it's the best that we've ever received, but do we cut in the classroom, or do we cut, or we ask staff to send their requests back out? So this is one of those items that I'm going to vote no on tonight, because we don't have, personally, I don't have enough information to make an informed decision if we can tie ourselves into a year contract for $579,000. Go ahead.
I'd just like to point out that it looks like we have another board meeting that we could possibly bring this to the next meeting, and we'll have that information hopefully, so that we don't just totally say, this isn't going to happen, but
Right.
we say, at this point, I don't feel comfortable voting this through until we know that we can afford it. So I'm comfortable with moving this to the next board meeting.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Point of clarification, are there ramifications of delaying it for 2 weeks, number one? Number two, this is general fund money, just to clarify.
Number one, the vendor could decide they don't want to wait 2 more weeks to find out if they have this business. They could, I'm not saying they will, because it's a large contract, but they could say, you know what, I'm not going to wait 2 more weeks. We, entered into an agreement with you. We're waiting for board approval and that kind of thing. So theoretically, or they could come back and say, well, now I'm going to raise my price. So that's a possibility. It is general fund money. It was in the budget.
Mrs. Swark?
Follow-up, she had a follow-up. Okay, go ahead.
Mrs. Swark, I move that we postpone consideration of this motion until the next meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Postpone until,
You got to withdraw the motion to approve first.
There was a pending motion to approve, so we
okay.
need to take care of that motion.
So would you like to withdraw your motion,
Is it my motion? Sure, I move to withdraw the motion.
Mrs. Justice?
Yep, I withdraw my second.
Okay, so I need the motion to postpone it until the January
29th.
I make a motion, Madam Chair, I make a motion to move the approval for Brightview Landscape Services to our next
January 29th?
January 29th meeting.
Okay. Mrs. Justice, did you want to second that?
Second.
Okay. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Mrs. Esplin. Okay. So we're moving on to B, approval of a 1-year extension for Collections Digital English Textbook Adoption. Dr. Rendell, do you care to explain this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In action item B, we're seeking approval of an extension for the digital collections textbook with Houghton Mifflin Harcourt. We are in a gap year next year The textbook adoption cycle ends this year for English language arts, but, you know, the state's extended everything by a year. So next year, we would have what's called a gap year where we don't have access to the curriculum because our previous agreement ends at the end of the school year. So we're asking for an agreement to extend the adoption cycle with the access to the digital textbooks for the remainder of this year and for all of next school year, and the cost is $156,000.
Okay, I need a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Second.
I'll second.
Okay,
Madam Chair.
discussion?
Yes, ma'am. Why, but I may be missing something. Why do we have a gap year? I mean, when it was approved, was it not thought that there would be a gap year? What was?
I'll try to explain it, and then I'll let Mrs. Dampier clean up the mess if I don't get it right. Several years ago, the textbook adoption cycles were 4 years, I believe,
They were 5,
but before,
6.
so they were 5,
Yeah.
and now they're 6. So the state changed the number of years that the adoption cycles happen. So this is not just us, everybody has a gap year now. This year it was math or science, this
The year
year.
before, we had
math.
science,
It was science, 2 years ago.
math.
But maybe I'm not clear in my, so when this is adopted, whenever it was adopted, the contract that we signed or purchased of the materials, could we have then foreseen that there would be a gap year and?
The state didn't make that determination until later. We bought 5 years' worth of use of the curriculum, and then the state said, well, now we're going to wait for a 6th year.
So we already purchased it, and then the state said,
Yes.
okay.
For ELA and for math, we ran into the same issue this past year for Go Math, and we ran into the same issue at the end of last year for Wonders, because previously, when the initial adoption, our district adopted elementary separate from secondary. Since I've been here, we've tried to do a K through 12 adoption, so we're on the same cycle, instead of separating, trying to remember, okay, elementary is one year, secondary is the next year, and that's why we're having to come to you now for secondary. We just came and presented back in May for Wonders, which is our elementary. They got actually 2 years for them. This was this year and next year.
So are we now always going to have a gap year?
No. Once we finish with ELA, we will be on the right cycle.
Protocol.
Okay.
So
Okay.
this was a switch, I want to say back in 2013, but our adoption was back in 2014 for this material here. So for math and ELA, they were the ones that were affected with the gap year. We're not the only district, everybody else is having to purchase gap year materials. This was the quote that was given to us for up until January. If we don't purchase the material, of course, they're gonna give us another quote, and it could go up. But we're trying to be proactive and, have the material ahead of time for our teachers and for our students for the online platform.
And my last question, this is only for the electronic versions, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes. They have the textbooks on hand, but the electronic version.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Okay. One of my biggest pet peeves in seeing curriculum sitting around not being used is also with digital purchases of usage. So when we're being asked to spend this much money on digital purchase, are we checking or verifying the usage of those purchases so that we're not wasting money again? And I know we have to have curriculum for our students, obviously, and teachers have a lot of ways they can deliver instruction, not just the book. But do we keep school-by-school access records of our digital purchases?
Mrs. Dampier, do we track the digital textbook access?
I would have to check with IT because that's another department that deals with the digital platform of the purchases that we purchase. They know how many licenses we have. They know when the expiration for the digital platform.
Okay, and Ms. Sork, To follow up with that, as a principal, I was given that information quarterly, I think it was, so that I knew if my school was accessing what we were purchasing, and if we weren't, it was my job to find out why, or to encourage those teachers to use those products if they're valid products and we need them, or listen to feedback from teachers saying that they weren't, so why are we throwing that money away? So I just think moving forward, I know this is a reputable company and it's something we need to do, but I think that's another way to look at how we can tighten things and say, are we purchasing and using our money the best way possible? And are our teachers really accessing it, and if not, why?
I know we've done that in the past with making decisions with Fast Math. We just made that decision to repurchase that, and we looked at the usage for that. That is another department again. It's in IT. So, of course, we can have that information for you.
Okay, Dr. Riddell, I do have 2 questions, and I apologize. I think I might have asked you this, but I was wanting to see if you had any chance to get the information. What budget is this coming out of?
This would come out of the general fund at this point.
Okay. And I was given, just for clarification, I need to understand, I was given information by Mrs. Pellanter that curriculum is actually out of money and there wasn't any money budgeted for this, so are we it seems
That's why I
like,
said at this point it would come out of the general fund. I believe there are some textbook funds available, we just have to find them, so I'm still not convinced that there aren't textbook funds available for this.
so it goes back to my concern, if we know that the extension period is March 1st and we don't really have any clarification what fund it needs to come out of, is it something that we have to buy tonight versus waiting until we have concrete information on
The 29th?
where this is coming from? Or,
Can I say
go
something?
ahead.
Especially since it's a digital purchase, it's not like we have to order and wait for books. So I guess that was what I was going to ask also, is what is the last point at which we can purchase this?
Actually, Mrs. Dampier checked, and we will have access to the digital curriculum through June.
She can give it to us.
The problem is this bid, though, I believe this price reflects a 20% discount, is that correct?
Yes, it does. And so this quote ends today. If you look on there, the quote, the extension, it was supposed to end on 1/12. And of course, there was a board meeting, so she was willing to do that. I'll have to get another quote, just so you know, because tonight's board meeting.
Go ahead.
I gotta say, I am a little uncomfortable with this under the gun thing. Like, you gotta make a decision tonight or your costs are gonna jump. For the future, if, I'm not sure if there's a way we can avoid that, but for the future, if things can come to us in some fashion, that it's not like use it or lose it tonight, make a decision.
Well,
That would be helpful.
Well, there is a process that we have to go through in, with all of this, getting information from the vendor. So we got this information on, the quote was on, well, it was over the holidays. And by the time we got everything situated and got board approved, we're bringing it to the board. The timeline is 3 months that the quote is good for, by the time we get everything. And originally, we were going through, Dr. Parendozzi put it through the insurance, and we found out we didn't need insurance because it's not going to be the professional development that's going to be provided at the schools. It's just an extension. So there was some confusion with the insurance, which it doesn't require because it's not going to be providing professional development. We're not going to have a vendor going to the site. So that was the holdup originally.
Go ahead.
Can I ask for clarification? Did I hear you correctly that you said you got the quote over the break?
We got the quote back in November. November 28th.
So November 28th to December 28th to January 28th to February 28th, you said the quote's good for 3 months.
That's the quote. She, as a matter of fact, in her write-up, She said,
So then the quote does not expire tonight. It expires February 28th.
according to what she gave us, she said it was ending on the 12th of January, the documentation that Dr. Parendozzi had.
Well, then there's a conflict, because if the quote you got said it was good for 3 months, but then and you got it on November 28th, and then she says it expires January 12th, that's 6 weeks.
And we weren't even here
So I'm
for
confused.
two of the weeks.
Well, I get if somebody wants to say the quote's good for 3 months,
I
whether
can't
we're here or
control the
not,
quote.
but that's
what she
conflicting
told-
information.
That's the information that she gave Dr. Parendozzi.
Which one? The
That's
3
that-
months or the January 12th?
It
Madam Chair.
ended January 12th.
Yes, go ahead.
It's on the backup. It's on the very top page of
But that doesn't
Yeah, but-
really
page 104,
say.
that the
Madam Chair?
date of the proposal was November 28th.
Okay, so the
proposal
3 months is
expiration.
incorrect, is that right?
Correct.
So it wasn't a quote that was at any point good for 3 months?
This is the date she gave me, but she told me 3 months when I spoke to her yesterday.
Okay.
Well, that's conflicting.
This might just be very simple when you call her and just ask her, would you honor what you said versus what is written here?
I will.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I also ask another question? What numbers do we use in order to get this quote? Are we using next year's prediction of students, or are we using what we have right now?
We use what we currently have right now. She got the information from, she was working with Tiffany down in IT. So whatever we currently have, we'll have access for next year.
So if our numbers go up,
And we'll, of course, I
then we're
didn't
going to have to purchase more.
I didn't budget more than what we had ordered and what the number of students we have. We didn't do a cushion.
So if our numbers go down,
Mhm.
then we have licenses that we're not using, correct?
Yeah.
So could we add licenses if we decided to predict
Yes.
a little lower? I
Yes, you
guess?
could. We'd have to bring it back to the board.
Madam Chair, what will you like to do?
Oh, me.
I don't know. In a way, I'm nervous about the fact that we're going to lose out on a discount. However, if you got a verbal that said 3 months twice, and I know Mrs. Gordon, and she's a very
That's-
honest person.
That's who I spoke to.
Yeah, I could tell. That's the person that's on here. I know her quite well. And she is a very honest person and wants to do business with us. I know that. And they've always been very good to me, Hope Mifflin. So I just think, knowing that and discussing before we vote, perhaps we go on good faith and say, we're going to hold her to her word.
3 months?
Mhm.
Absolutely. I agree with you.
Letting you know that, Michelle Gordon. I just
So-
think that we're so worried right now about budget
Uh-huh.
that we need to be concerned about
Clarification.
that in all aspects. But yeah, I don't want to take away from students, but if we're looking at something for next year, it's not right now, it's not imminent.
Right, exactly. And that's the reason I wanted to bring the discussion item before we brought any of these action items forth. So, so at this time,
You need a motion?
well,
Need to withdraw a
no.
motion.
You can amend the
Or we-
current, you can amend the motion that's on the floor right now, too. If there's a time certain that you want to amend it to.
So we have a motion to approve. It's easier to just withdraw the
Madam Chair,
motion. Yeah, go ahead.
I would recommend that you withdraw the current motion because we don't know if the proposal is going to be the same in 2 weeks.
That's fine. And if it's not, I guess we have to go to another vendor.
Oh, wait.
You can't go to
wait.
another
You
vendor.
can't go to another
Okay.
vendor.
You can't do that on a gap year.
It's already
Alright.
been,
It's the same vendor we have to use.
Well, then we know who to use and not use in the next book cycle. So,
But it's the same even if we were to purchase from, I'm just saying, you'd
It'll
have to
just be a
purchase because we
different-
have collections from that vendor.
we're under,
I also know that we're talking to salespeople.
right.
And your point is well taken, that I think, Ms. Gordon knows that, and she works with people, I know that, and I'm hoping that she does for this as well. But I just also think that what he's saying is true, that I think we need to withdraw the motion because it will not be the same possibly going forward.
I withdraw my second. so.
Okay. Mrs. Barrenborg?
Oh, I thought I seconded, but okay, I'll withdraw, whatever I
I
did.
don't know.
You were first, she was
I
second.
withdraw, yeah,
Okay.
I withdraw my motion.
And then, so what would be the action?
So we need,
A motion to,
I make a motion to postpone this until after January 29th, if not January 29th, school board meeting, where we would have more budget information.
second.
all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0, Mrs. Esplin. Okay. Action item C, approval to award School District of Indian River County 05-0-2019 JC invitation to bid for stadium locker room renovations and additions at Sebastian River High School. Dr. Rendell, would you care to please explain the item that you're asking for?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, action item C and action item D go together. Action item C is we're seeking approval to award the bid, and then in action item D, we're seeking approval to award the contract. This is for a locker room renovation and replacement project at Sebastian River High School. The cost of the district is $1,233,600, and the award is to Summit Construction in Vero Beach. And so with action item C, we're asking for approval to award the bid. And then in action item D, when we visit that, it'll be the contract.
Okay, I need a motion for approval.
Approval, move approval.
Okay,
I'll second.
okay, Mrs. Berenberg. Before we get into the conversation, can I just ask Dr. Rendell to clarify what, I know this comes out of the capital budget fund, correct?
Yes, ma'am. This was part of the 5-year capital plan that was presented to the board back in the summer. So this project was already approved by the previous board. This is all capital funds coming from the 1.5 mil capital property tax that is generated. So this is in the budget and has been planned for, and we've already done drawings. This is long overdue.
It's categorical? Is
Yes,
that-
capital money.
Okay.
Clarification, the 1.5 that you're talking about, that's not the same 1.5 we talked about earlier today, is it?
We did not talk about a 1.5 millage earlier today. We talked about a 0.5 or a previous 0.6. The 1.5 is straight up capital money.
I mean, earlier today in a
We
different
talked
meeting.
about $1.5 million that we had set aside.
1.5 mils is a capital when
I'm
it's.
sorry.
Sorry.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mrs. Swart, it's normally customary when someone moves approval or seconds the item that they get to speak in discussion first to that item. Is that, that's been practice in our district in the past? May I? I moved approval on the item. I'd just like to speak to it if
Okay.
possible. Thank
No,
you very much.
and I think the process has been moving forward quicker when we just open it up for discussion. So go ahead.
Thank you very much. We do in fact use capital funds for this project. It has been on the 5-year plan and has not always been given the, we have heard in the past that Sebastian River High School has not always been given the attention that perhaps it needed to. In fact, Ms. Simchek was always a real champion of Sebastian River High School on this board as her son had attended, and she did represent that area. Again, this is capital funds that we're spending, and as we continue to do right by our students and work to make sure that we have safe, secure, healthy environments for our students, I will continue to support this, knowing that we've had extensive conversation regarding safety and security upgrades around our school district, and that we are on top of those and continue moving forward with those as a priority.
Any other discussion? No? Okay. I agree. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, 5-0, approval. Moving on to action item D, approval of owner contractor construction agreement for Sebastian River High School, stadium locker room renovation and addition. Dr. Rendell, do you care to please explain this item?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the contract with Summit Construction for the project at Sebastian River High School. Again, total amount is $1,233,600 that you're approving tonight. And again, this is with Summit Construction.
Okay. Need a motion to approve?
I make a motion? Second.
Discussion? No? Pretty,
ma'am.
pretty explanatory. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0. Okay. Moving on to action item E, approval to award School District of Indian River County number 01-0-0 or -2019 JC RFQ for pre-qualifications of electrical contractors to replace the fire alarm system at Sebastian River High School. Dr. Rendell, please explain the item for the request.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, action items E and F go together. They are both RFQs for pre-qualification for electrical work to the fire alarm systems at Sebastian River High School. Mr. Carver, if you could come on up to the podium and explain why we have the RFQ number 1 and then the second RFQ, because they're actually both for the same work. And we're just getting a pool of vendors that can bid on the work.
Certainly. Just to give you an understanding, the district has a pool of pre-qualified sources of contractors in the various disciplines of construction, just not this area in particular. So when we know we have a project that's pending and we know that the bids are going to come in and they're going to exceed $300,000, in accordance with SRF, we're required to pre-qualify. We can either do that by the project or we can do it annually like we build our pool that we currently have. Well, when we started working with the engineering firm back in October, part of their job is to help us cost estimate the project. Well, they told us we were going to be well over $300,000. And I looked at our existing pool and saw that there really wasn't a robust number to get good competitive bids based on that pool in this area of construction. So we decided to go out and do it in individual per project. So action item E relates to the first effort in that process. We put the qualification, the requirements, the certification requirements in the RFQ document. And when it went through its lead time, release period, we only received one response. And so that was concerning. We're like, well, we really can't go out to bid for a project. So we went back to look at the requirements, and we required some additional certifications that weren't necessarily required to do this kind of work. So we did a second RFQ to open it up to more vendors, and we were able to actually secure 3 qualified sources when we go out to bid. So that's why you see too, it's not common to see an RFQ award 2 in a row like that for the same project, but that was the result of not getting enough participation the first time. And we just want to make sure the bid's going to go out probably in the next month or so. The engineer's working on the drawings right now. So this will just get us set up to get competitive qualified bids.
Okay, thank you. I don't think we have any questions, do we?
Move
Okay.
approval.
Second.
Mrs. Justice?
Yes.
And then Dr. Schiff, second. Okay, any discussion, Mrs. Justice?
No, ma'am.
No?
No,
No?
Thank you.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0. Okay, moving on to F, which was tied back to E, approval to award a School District of Indian River County number 06-0-2019 JC RFQ for pre-qualifications of electrical contractors to replace the fire alarm system at Sebastian River High School. Dr. Rendell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the second RFQ, which we received a couple more vendors that qualified for it, so we're just asking to approve the inclusion of them in the process.
Okay. I need a motion.
Move approval?
Second.
Mrs. Justice and then Dr. Schiff. Mrs. Justice, would you care to speak to your motion?
No, ma'am.
Dr. Schiff?
Nope.
Any discussion?
No.
Nope. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Moving to G, approval of superintendent's organizational chart. Dr. Rendell, do you care to explain your recommendations?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In action item G, I'm asking for approval of a revised organizational chart. A couple of things about the organizational chart. The first thing is the first set of changes to the chart were in response to direction from the board from one of the last meetings to clearly delineate where the board-appointed committees and the school board attorney fall in the organizational chart. The board did direct that we fashion that area of the organizational chart similar to the organizational chart, the sample that they had from Brevard County. So if you look at the top part of the organizational chart, it begins with the citizens of Indian River County, then the school board, and then the school board attorney and the board-appointed committees are off to the side, reporting to the school board, basically deriving their authority from the school board and reporting to the school board, and then the superintendent is below that. So that's the, I don't want to say cosmetic, but the organizational changes to the top of that. The rest of the organizational chart is an attempt to not only streamline the organizational chart, but also streamline operations here at the district office. Because we had some changes in leadership positions here, I looked at this as an opportunity to get leaner here at the district office and try to improve our services and our delivery. We did have previously in the old organizational chart 4 assistant superintendent positions. In the organizational chart that I'm recommending, I'm eliminating one of those assistant superintendent positions. It was the assistant superintendent of human resources and information technology, and going to 3 assistant superintendents, and then reorganizing some of the people in those various departments under those 3 assistant superintendents. So the first change that you'll notice is the assistant superintendent of human resources and information technology position is eliminated. And then anybody that reported to that assistant superintendent, those positions have been then reallocated under other assistant superintendents. For example, information technology, the director of information technology was under that assistant superintendent for human resources and information technology. So director of technology services actually is now in operations and will report to the assistant superintendent of operations, Mr. Teskey. And then the executive director of human resources is now under the umbrella of the Assistant Superintendent of Finance and Employee Services. This is actually the arrangement in a lot of other districts. The hiring, the benefits, the payroll, and all of those types of business services all fall under one, either chief financial officer or chief business officer or some kind of cabinet level position that supervises all of that. We actually believe that this will allow those departments to work more closely and work together. In some of the discussions that we had about the budget challenges, this was an area that we see an opportunity for improvement. There is an additional position in that string, and that's the Director of Employee and Labor Relations. So eliminating the position of Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources and Information Technology, some of the work, especially in the human resources area, does not go away. This new position, Director of Employee and Labor Relations, will be the chief negotiator. They will handle all matters of employee investigations. They will oversee the evaluation and accountability components of the teacher evaluation system, the administrator evaluation system, CWA evaluations of personnel, all that kind of stuff. So this is something that the Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources did in the past, but we're eliminating a assistant superintendent position, we're replacing it with a director's position. At a minimum, this will result in a cost savings of at least $15,000. The assistant superintendent position's pay is about $116,000, and the highest director position would be at about $100,000, so 101. And so we're going to save at least $15,000, even if we hire the most experienced and placed at the highest level director position for Director of Employee and Labor Relations. So the idea was to streamline not only the organizational chart, but also streamline our operations and get leaner and more efficient here in the district office. Some people did notice that in the previous organizational chart, there were some coordinators and even other director positions that do not appear on this new organizational chart. Those positions were not eliminated. They were not direct reports, so to speak, to the 3 assistant superintendents. So to try to streamline the appearance of the organizational chart, the only positions that appear on the organizational chart report either directly to you, report either directly to me, or the 3 assistant superintendents. For example, in the old organizational chart, the custodial services coordinator reported to the director of physical plant, not to the assistant superintendent of operations. The coordinator of transportation would report to the director of transportation, not the assistant superintendent. So those boxes were eliminated off the chart. The director of career and technical education, the director of exceptional education, coordinator of health services, all reported to different people under the assistant superintendent of curriculum and instruction. And also, I think that's the last one. Now, because those positions don't necessarily appear on the organizational chart does not mean that they're any less important. You know, all of those people have very valuable and important roles to conduct and to do. It's just trying to keep the organizational chart as easy to understand and follow as possible. Now, we do have, and you have in your possession, organizational charts for each department. The idea is that this organizational chart typically right now appears on the superintendent's page of the website. We're going to add an organizational chart tab on the website so you can see all the different organizational charts and each department on their department page. Some have it now, but not every department has their organizational chart on the department. So this is not the only organizational chart. This is just, as it says at the top, cabinet level and direct reports. So I'm just asking for your approval of this revised organizational chart and the reporting levels of the people or positions on the chart.
Okay. I need a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Second?
I'll
make
second so we can have
Okay.
conversation.
Okay, Mrs. Justice.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Dr. Rendell for noting that there were positions that were not on this chart and that their importance or their role in the school district was not lessened in any way. There were some concerns that have been shared by community members about that. I welcome the change to the to some of the different areas and departments that we've had. As I refer back to Mr. Weiss and some of the comments that he made specifically in the finance department, there's an opportunity to become more efficient and streamline our operations and to create better communication in order to go through the budgeting process. And really those budget decisions we make really speak to, you know, what we value and hold dear in the school district and how we spend the funds that the taxpayers give us and ensure, you know, to use to do the work of the district. So I will support this tonight. I am positive and hopeful for the future that this will continue to enhance and the superintendent's ability and his staff's ability to be able to do their jobs more efficiently. Thank you for also making note that it was shared earlier today that this would be an increased cost to the district. So thank you for sharing that it in fact would not be an increased cost. In fact, it will result in at least a $15,000 savings.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yes, please.
Who was that?
Well, I think I get to because I seconded. And
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Just
Sorry.
I think there are benefits and drawbacks of this, and I see both. I really acknowledge and appreciate the idea of streamlining the finance and employee services and getting we desperately need a director of employee and labor relations. I think that's really important. I think there are other aspects of this that are good and important. There are other things, though, about which, when looking at all of the organizational charts, I realize somewhat my lack of familiarity with some of this. And I'm wondering if this is an opportunity to look through, particularly as we start looking at budget and as we start looking at fiscal conservatism with respect to the overall budget. A key area of that is personnel. And I'm wondering if this is a moment to step back. And I look at some of these and to my own, maybe I should know this better, but by my third meeting, I don't. And so I kind of want to take a minute to step back and have more conversation. It's now 11 o'clock at night. I want to have more conversation about some of the broader implications of some of the changes and some of the departments, and I want to understand it better. And I see this as an opportunity, as Mrs. Justice was saying before, to also be sort of philosophically clear on what we prioritize in the district and how we do that in terms of our positions. And so there are things in here that I realize I really don't understand. Like, I don't understand 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 health assistants. I don't know what those are.
Those are the positions in the schools that serve students?
Got it. So those are in individual schools.
Yes.
There are some other ones, other people may know what they are. But I'd like to consider the opportunity to look a little more at the chart and what it means and who's where and how all of that works out. I don't feel equipped to do that at the moment.
Okay, because I'm pretty familiar with a lot of this. So maybe perhaps if you're not, maybe a sit down with staff to get educated on at least the positions, not necessarily how it's organized or whatever. But I totally understand that you want to be, informed before you decide all this. I actually had a question. Can I ask it also? Okay. Could you clarify whose role on here is representing ESE? And are they going to be? No.
Dr. Rendell?
Dr. Rendell, on the new organizational chart, who on this page is going to be representing ESE? And what role do they play on that cabinet?
Correct. The Executive Director of Student Services oversees the Director of Exceptional Student Education. So in this chart, the Executive Director of Student Services, ESE falls under that person's overview or purview. So, and it is on that way on the other chart. The line does report to the Executive Director of Student Services.
And Ms. Sork, can I follow up?
Sorry,
Okay.
go ahead.
It's okay. I know there was a concern that it looks like that we're not concerned about ESE. And as a person that has a few people that have that need in my own family, of course, I'm sensitive to that topic. But I also know that parents of ESE students are extremely sensitive to that topic. So I know, understanding that, and also the fact that I happen to have worked with that person before, she is an ESE person, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So she's very aware of ESE student needs. So I'm comfortable in the fact that she is representing ESE on the cabinet. I know we need to communicate that we do have representation, and it's a person that's actually very versed in ESE and the needs of ESE students. So we're lucky in that respect that we actually have that person in that role here. You and I talked a little bit about how we could maybe make that shift or change possibly next year so that there's a better perception of how we're including all students and making sure that they're valued even in our organizational chart.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
Can I, I think you said there.
I've been waiting.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, she has. Go ahead. Linda.
Thank you, Dr. Rendell, for doing this, because I was the board member who suggested that who brought to the board the question of having some of this changed, not realizing that you were going to reorganize the entire thing. Before I make my comments, though, one question. Would you please talk for a minute about why now, mid-year, did you choose to reorganize rather than just change that top part? Why did you feel it appropriate to reorganize so that the community will understand where that came from? And then I'll share my, my thoughts after.
Okay, I'm not sure exactly how much reorganization you're talking about, because really the elimination of the Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources and Information Technology position is one change.
Mm-hmm.
And then just taking the departments that person oversaw and moving them into operations and the Assistant Superintendent for Finance and Business and Employee Services. You know, so it's really just moving those two departments into these other Assistant Superintendent supervision areas, and then that Director of Employee and Labor Relations is the new position. The rest of the chart didn't change, we just didn't include some of those positions on this level of the chart, so to speak.
So I was only asking, obviously, you and I meet once a week, so I understood it. I just wanted you to clarify it for those who aren't aware that, you know, we understood that, I understood that. But others in the community did not understand. Why now? Why mid-year? Why does it seem to be such a big change? Why are some people missing? But in this whole discussion, something that came up with me was that I had no idea that we had about 12 other organizational charts.
Correct.
So these organizational charts were furbished for us. I believe everybody has the same charts, and it is quite extensive. And I did share with Dr. Rendell that I thought it was pretty incredible that we did not already have these on our websites. Just something that I just find would be kind of 101 to management, to include who's who on those particular places where a community member would want to say, okay, who do I go to? There's nothing on our website. So I am glad that our website is going to soon change so that we can have all of this uploaded there and so that it would be clear. One thing that I might recommend when that is ready is between now and then to kind of clean these up so there's a little bit more uniformity in terms of color appearance, because some are in different colors and others aren't, and we do have community members, obviously, who are colorblind. That might make a difference. I know that sounds pretty silly, but for those who are, you know, being on a website, it might make a difference in terms of what they're able to read. But I did recommend that we have this collectively so that someone could see the entire district in one shot. I know Dr. Rendell suggested something like a PowerPoint on there where you go from slide to slide. But in addition, I also recommended that on our new website, each individual department would have their individual organizational chart on their individual page. Again, we're getting the message out of who's who. So I think that's where some of the concern comes. ESE is definitely still on there, same director, same person, it's just now switched to a different page, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the last, one thing that I wanted to mention that I noticed was on the page where the director of ESE is. It looks like this one. I don't know if you all are seeing it in case. We just need a line there. There isn't a line that connects from the top to that person. And then my next question was on the page of technology and human resources. That would be where Dr. Jane Purcell was, the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Now, does that change? Because we would need a new organizational, I mean, that is definitely going to change, but
Correct.
would we need to reapprove that chart when it comes out? Or that's just a matter of changing the title and the position?
Typically, the board only approves the cabinet level organizational chart, not anything lower than that.
Okay. So then that name and title is going to change before it gets posted up there, and it's just a matter of changing that time, okay. And then, my last comment and question had to deal with the job responsibilities for the Director of Labor Relations. I probably should have brought this up when we approved the job description, but there are some items in the job description for Superintendent of Human Relations and Information Technology that are not included in the job description for the Director of Labor Relations. What happens with those responsibilities? I know they fall more under Human Resources. Do they default to our Director of Human Resources? There are some things on there that are pretty critical to that role that I don't see on the job description for the director, for the new director.
Correct.
Mrs.
Any of the
Rosario.
human resources job responsibilities are going to fall under the Executive Director of Human Resources. They're probably under that job description already. There was probably overlap because the Assistant Superintendent was overseeing that person. The information technology work is going to go under that Director of Information Technology.
Yeah, no, I wasn't so concerned about the information. It was only the human
HR.
resources. Yeah, so personnel procedures, implementation of personnel procedures and policies, human resources programs, and in conjunction with the district plan, like things like that, that are specific to human resources.
Right. They'd fall under the Executive Director of Human Resources, which still exists.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. One of the issues that was brought up by a community member was not just about the chart itself, but was about the idea that while we have a director of, we have an executive director for elementary education, we have an executive director for secondary education, but we have a director at a different level for ESE, whereas in some districts and in some charts, ESE is considered a unit, as would be elementary education and would be secondary education.
Correct.
So in considering the structure of the chart, I think there's also the consideration of moving forward, is that how we want it? So I want to surface that, not because necessarily as a board, as you said, we get down to the level of individual departments and moving charts, but that does become, does that elevate to a cabinet position? And if so, what are those implications? And why are some people on this chart, for example, Ms. Clark is Director of ESE, who's below Dr. Torres Martinez, an Executive Director. She's a Director, but Ms. Gregora is a Coordinator. But they're at the same level of the chart. I don't know if that, again, this is my unfamiliarity with it, which I admit. I don't know if that is significant or not.
Hold on, Dr. Rendell, just for.
But I'm sorry, but they're the only ones who are at positions of Director and Coordinator, unlike the other ones under Dr. Torres Martinez. Those ones all have people under them in a different way. So structurally, I'm just wondering if it's worth revisiting what makes sense.
Yes, ma'am. The previous organizational chart, 4 years ago, I guess, the cabinet level position was actually Executive Director of Exceptional Student Education, and then under that was a Director of Student Services. And that actually didn't seem to make sense because Executive Director of Student Service or ESE is more narrow than Student Services is broader. Guidance and counseling, health services, as well as ESE. So, I think that we've already identified some areas that we'll revisit before we bring the chart for approval for the 1920 school year, such as elevating the ESE position, to that level.
For clarification, are you asking for the Director of ESE to actually be an Executive Director?
I'm asking for a conversation about it, because it was once that, it's now not that. There's some differences of opinion about which way is more effective, but it's not whether it goes under, as Dr. Rendell just said, under Director of Student Services. But rather, is it its own position comparable to Director of Secondary Education or Elementary Education, which is at a completely different point on, place on the chart?
I guess that would have to be a conversation because, you know, we're looking at, if we're gonna move the same person into an executive director position who's gonna basically do the same work, you know.
For more money?
Yeah, once you move into executive director, the pay increase goes up, I think, what, 12, 15? I don't know offhand, but, so that would just be something
Well, but
to go
some of
into the
I'm
consideration.
sorry, but you know, like some of the people on, we have a coordinator of equity here, right? But that's on the front chart under the superintendent. So I'm a little confused about who gets what title for what, where they land on the chart. You know, we've got coordinators on the superintendent organizational chart, but then we have directors somewhere further back.
Well,
Madam Chair?
I just want to, I mean, when we look at this chart, we're looking at citizens of Indian River County, school board. We hire the superintendent and the school board attorney. Then immediately under the superintendent are the three, and I know you know this, but the assistant superintendents, but who reports directly to the superintendent, which is a unique situation, is our coordinator of equity and the public information officer. These are the only two positions that report directly outside of the assistant superintendent. So, I mean, we're only looking at, this is only a one page. If we had continuous ability to create ongoing pages, I think just because they're over here, they're not less important. They're all just as important. So I'm not
Well,
really
I'm not-
following.
May I, Mrs. Swift, for a moment? May I, Mrs. Swift? Thank you. I'm going to agree with Mrs. Schiff for a moment as far as a philosophical idea about education in general. And when we talk about the Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction, and we look at the Executive Director of Elementary Education, Executive Director of Secondary Education, and even just having a Director of Exceptional Student Education, it is such a specialized group of students that we deal with that need services many times from a lot of different departments. I'm interested to hear what Dr. Rendell had shared about the fact that in 1920 they may revisit the structure of that, and perhaps this board member, I personally would, support if the decision was made to have the Director of Exceptional Student Education report directly to the to the Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction. If that was something that the superintendent brought to us in the future, I would certainly support that. Because I do feel that not getting into the discussion about salary right now, because I don't have the figures to specifically talk about that, just in general, having that direct line of communication from exceptional student education to curriculum and instruction, that leader could be really important and valid, and would also help to show the community and the district as a whole that it's a priority to us, and that we recognize that those students have individualized needs that we need to address.
Mrs. Rosario.
If I may ask Dr. Schiff a question, is the concern or the thought to have the Director of ESE on the cabinet? Okay. So can we discuss this at a future time? Because there's that would be something that Dr. Rendell, who is the CEO, would have to make that decision. I mean, this is his cabinet. As an assistant principal under a principal, it is the principals of the school. It is a principal's prerogative to choose whomever they want to sit on their cabinet at a school level. Likewise, it would be up to the superintendent to make that executive decision for who he wants on his direct cabinet. We can certainly, I know that he and I talked about adding here where it says just the simple wording, Executive Director of Student Services / ESE, only so that it's understood there is a representative for the ESE department on there. But that's not a discussion to have now because we're not voting on anything, and we shouldn't because this is his cabinet. But if we can continue to have this conversation at a later date, Madam Chair, I would recommend that, especially since it's 11:18.
Yes, Dr. Rendell, I'm going to close this up, but typically you bring these organizational charts in June?
Yes, ma'am.
June. So we'll have a discussion prior around budget time.
Was the last one brought in June?
Yes.
So this one's being brought in January, and then the next one will be brought in June?
Yes.
Because of
Is
the
there a
changes.
reason, the reason, I'm surmising the reason not to delay this to June is because to add the Director of Employee Relations and that reorganization?
Correct, yes, ma'am. We have the Information Technology Department and the Human Resources Department that haven't had a cabinet level, an assistant superintendent level supervisor at this point, so we need to reorganize.
Okay. All right. So we're going to have a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'll aye till June.
Okay, 5-0, Mrs. Esplin. All right, so, Dr. Rendell, Superintendent's report.
Yes, I have a 25-page report. No, ma'am.
Oh, my gosh.
I'm good, thank you. No report tonight.
Okay. Okay, so don't have discussion, information. School board member matters. So I know this is going to be brief. So anyone who would like to go first?
I would.
Mrs. Barenborg.
Thank you. I went to the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting for Indian River County back in December 13th, and I learned a lot. I learned that I was supposed to sit in the big seat up front, but I went to the wrong building, so I didn't get there in time, so I felt a little embarrassed about going to the big seat. So I did sit in the back in the audience, but I took copious notes and paid attention
meeting
and
was that?
introduced myself. Excuse me?
Which meeting?
Planning and zoning.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got
What
some
what
information
city?
that I was supposed to be in at one building, and they meet in the county commission.
Oh, county, okay.
So those big cushy seats, I was supposed to be in one, but I didn't know it. So, now I know. I will say that the only thing that was brought forward, which I think that you all need to be aware of, which I learned, is that we need to be aware of kind of a couple of things that will affect us. That's why I guess we send somebody to these meetings even though we don't vote. And that is because when there are subdivisions being proposed, there are lots of homes that are being proposed. We need to kind of be aware of the fact where they're located and everything. There were a few small subdivisions that were being proposed, but it looks like we're building again in our county, so I know I'm going to stay on top of that and make sure that, I think there was one in Grand Harbor, there was one west of town, 8th Street and 66th, and I can't remember the third one was, near my house. Anyway, so I don't think those will affect us as far as number of students quickly, but I'll keep an eye on that and let you know. Then the other, Fells Mears was canceled, but I couldn't attend the one in January because I was celebrating with my husband a 35th wedding anniversary trip, which we took to London and Paris. And the only reason why I bring that up is because I was fortunate enough to be there when the Vero Beach High School band was in the parade. And I was shivering cold and watching all the bands. And I will say I was extremely proud of Vero Beach High School band. Probably biased, but they were the best band that came through. And I'd just like to say that was a great experience for the kids. It was nice to get to see them there and talk to them before they marched. They were super excited. Some were sick. I get that. Parents were excited. They were very safe and everything went well. And I also like to say thank you to Kristen Maddox and to Anitra Cummings on all your hard work. The gala was a new experience for me. Wow. I had so much fun last night, and it was nice to see all of the different schools supporting their employees and their teachers, and it was great to see such great positive morale. So that was wonderful. And thank you for the dinner and the prize patrol. I didn't get to do the prize patrol, unfortunately, that day. I didn't get to go. But it all looked wonderful. The dinner was outstanding. It was nice to sit and talk to people. As a board member, once I figured that out at the table, it was interesting how the conversation switched to the needs that they had at their school, which is great. It was great that I got to hear that. I'd like to just say that I was able to attend many Christmas and holiday shows. I think I went every night for 2 weeks, and only because there's so many of them that are offered. I didn't get to go to all of them because there's so many, but, and I know a lot of you did as well. It was such a nice thing, not just because I want to say, oh, wow, it's great to be there, but the talent was amazing. And just like to say thank you all for staying so late, and we got it done. And hopefully in the future, we can kind of streamline this so that maybe we aren't here until 11:24.
With the exception of your meeting and going overseas, I could ditto all that you said. Happy New Year, everyone. Happy New Year. This is our first time meeting since. Definitely the Teacher of the Year and the Employee of the Year Gala was what a way to start the new year. I mean, I think everyone in the district needs to show up for that next year and see what you have in store. Thank you so much for all of the hard work. I visited with Osceola Magnet recently, actually I think it was right around the time of the break, and took a tour, and it was just wonderful. My son used to go to Osceola Magnet, so it felt like I was just going home, just wonderful things going on there. I wanted to just mention a little bit on transparency. I want to also, I know that a lot of people are talking about this, but this is only our third school board meeting. We have so much to discuss. We haven't even discussed a plethora of other items that I have that I would love to discuss with the board. And it's 11:26, obviously. So I hope the community will take into account that we are not rubber stamping or a visual of the previous board, a mirror image of the previous board. We are a different board. We are not the same. But with that said, we don't have enough time other than school board meetings to discuss items. In that same thought, I'd like to also say, maybe some people don't know that the superintendent and I personally, I don't know about the rest of the board, but the superintendent and I meet on a regular basis. So it seems like some items have already been discussed, and for me, that's fine. I don't need to discuss them more, but this is what our business meeting is about, discussing with our board members what we find that we need to discuss. And when we discuss it, then we do. But if there's not much to discuss, then I suppose, conversations go a little quicker. And what I'm quickly noticing is that the community is considering our non-discussion items to be areas that we are not being transparent in, and I just want the community to know that that's not the case. I don't feel that is the case at all. And I want the community to understand that some things take time. We're not going to change everything overnight. The first meeting was our swearing in, and we did meet, but there wasn't a lot on the agenda. And now we're starting to pick up speed. Our schedule is much more full. We have, I don't know how many Tuesdays you have to take off of work to make all of the different meetings and workshops and special discussion days that we have. So With that said, I am incredibly grateful for this position, and I look forward to more work with you all.
Thank you. Dr. Schiff?
Ditto on Employee Teacher of the Year. Props to Kristen and staff and everything that you did. Great experiences all around. Others, on business stuff, Sebastian Planning and Zoning has canceled their last 2 meetings, so I haven't been to any, but there's one on Thursday, so I'll go to that one. Mostly what I had, I was invited to attend, as were all board members, but I attended at Sebastian River High School. They brought in, paid for and supported by Life Touch Photography, who does all our school pictures. One of the initiatives that they have is they want to give back to school. They make so much money off schools, they want to actually in turn be able to give something back. And a particular area that they focus on is culture and climate, which is near and dear to my own heart. They invited in a bullying and school violence expert who works with Life Touch. His name is J.C. Pohl. I attended both his presentations last week. I've lost track of time, tonight and the last weeks. But it was absolutely outstanding. The guy was fabulous. And if I can use my own child as any gauge of how teenagers take this, because when there's a presentation that does not resonate with him, he will let me know he thinks it was a total waste of time and what were they thinking. But my 15-year-old actually thought this was great and it was powerful. They did an outstanding job. In addition, I had some conversations with the Life Touch folks, and they're really interested in engaging with schools. They're interested in engaging with the district. They're interested in supporting us on initiatives. And it's a fabulous opportunity that I'll be following up on to see where we can work together to get resources for things that are important to us in culture and climate and discipline and safety that we may not be able to do with our existing resources. So, but it was fabulous, and some of it is, if you go to the Sebastian High School Facebook site and Instagram site and all that, some pieces of it are there.
Dr. Schiff, that's actually on YouTube as well.
And on YouTube, yeah.
You can watch the entirety.
Okay, excellent. Also at one of the dinners, in addition to Sebastian, as the District 1 representative, and as a parent of the school at Sebastian High School, I've been able to spend some time there, but I also got to spend a bunch of time talking with our Teacher of the Year from Sebastian Middle School at the dinner, which was fabulous. So learned a lot about that school too, and look forward to following up with her. Happy New Year, have a great life, go home and get some sleep. I wish I got to say that you all got to come in late tomorrow, but I don't get to say that.
Yep. Thank you. I represent the school district on the executive roundtable. We have a run coming up this Saturday. It's called the Rail Trail 5K. I'm looking out at Brooke Flood, who I believe will be running in the Rail Trail 5K. Thank you, Mrs. Flood. I will be there volunteering. And Executive Roundtable does a number of different things for the school district. They were kind enough to sponsor the artwork, getting the artwork framed, as well as the Kids at Hope programs at our school. So if you want to volunteer, if you want to come out and run, come out and check that out, and you can go to the Fellsmere Frog Lake Festival after that. Again, the Positive Code and Positive Climate and Discipline Advisory Team, if you have an interest in being a part of that, please contact our Student Services Department, Alicia Reyes, and that information is on our website. And I have shared it on my Facebook page. The teacher and employee gala was lovely. Thank you very much. Kristen and Brenda and Peggy and Anitra and everyone that worked on that. I hope everyone enjoyed themselves.
Okay. All right. I want to say thank you to our officers sitting in the back of the room or standing most of the time. So we really value and appreciate you being here. Also, I want to thank all our employees that came out and spoke tonight, and appreciate the patience. I know it's hard, but we're getting there, okay? And if you miss it, one of the highlights of being chairman is the Bob Seuss at 8:15 every Wednesday morning. So I'll be on Bob Seuss at 8:15, and then Dr. Rendell and I are tomorrow's the delegation. Is that correct? At 9?
Yes, ma'am.
At the County Commission. So all the board members are invited to come over as we discuss all the issues. And then there's a luncheon that the chamber puts on. All those invitations should have been sent out a month ago, so don't look at me like that, Mrs. Rosario. But you're more than welcome to come at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Ditto to Kristen and Anitra and Peggy and Brenda, and I'm not gonna labor this any longer. And so anyways, Happy New Year, everyone, and superintendent closing, or we already did, no, superintendent closing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Monday is a holiday. We do not have school on Monday. It's to celebrate and honor Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., so I hope to see you all at the parade Monday morning. We do
Okay.
not have school.
Okay. Anything else? I adjourn this meeting at 11:34.